and be glad in it. Heavenly Father, we are here this morning to show the people in the world that you are God. Heavenly Father, we are here just to make sure that us, as the servants of the public, we do our work with due diligence. We ask for your mercy. We ask for your divine president that you reside on us, that whatever's going to be done through this meeting of this morning, that you be with us. Siyakholwa ngemini osulungileyo uthi themba ababili abathathu behlangene ngegama lakho, you will be in our midst. Wicela lokhu ke emagameni amathathu likayise noDana noMoya Ongcwele. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Mbambo. Honorable MEC Shinga, the Honorable MEC for Social Development, distinguished conveners of the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council, Economic Council members from the various sectors and social partners, heads of department led by the Acting Director General, Mr. Ngubane, CEOs of various entities and other officials present. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this full sitting of the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council. Let me begin by tabling an apology on behalf of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, who could not be with us this morning because he had to travel to Matlosana in Northwest to join the debate of the NCOP together with the President this morning. Today, as we gather to reflect on the state of our provincial economy and to chart a way forward, we do so against a backdrop of both national challenges and provincial opportunities. On Tuesday, Statistics South Africa released the first quarter unemployment figures for 2026. And the numbers paint a sobering picture. The official unemployment rate for South Africa has risen to 32.7%, leaving 8.1 million South Africans without work. A loss of 345,000 jobs, combined with a corresponding decrease in employed persons, signals a deteriorating labor market. Of particular concern is youth unemployment, because young people constitute the largest segment of our population. We should be worried. Unemployment of young people aged between 15 to 34 years affects them to the extent of 45.8%, almost 50%. Of young people between 18 and 34 are unemployed. These figures are a stark reminder of the economic headwinds our country is facing, and they underline the urgency of implementing targeted interventions that create meaningful employment opportunities. However, amidst these national challenges, KwaZulu-Natal shines a ray of hope. In the first quarter of 2026, our province recorded an increase in new job creation with over 6,000 opportunities created. This achievement has contributed to a reduction in the provincial unemployment rate from 32.3% to 31.2%. But we are grateful for small mercies because it could have been worse. While we acknowledge that there is still work to be done, these results demonstrate that concerted strategic interventions can yield tangible outcomes. Central to our response has been the recognition that unemployment is closely linked to skills deficits. To address this, we convened a Jobs and Skills Summit focused on aligning the skills of our workforce with the demands of the labor market. In practical terms, this commitment has translated into action. The provincial government recently handed over digital gadgets to 300 unemployed graduates and young people, equipping them to become competitive in fields such as cybersecurity and technopreneurship. By investing in the skills of our youth, we are laying the foundation for sustainable economic growth and employment creation. In addition to these efforts, we are seeing positive developments that will further stimulate our provincial economy. The official opening of the Prince Buthelezi Mall in the Umhlathuze local municipality also represents a significant boost to both employment and economic activity. It is a concrete reminder that investment in infrastructure and commercial development directly benefits the communities we serve. Yet, while we celebrate these achievements, we must also acknowledge the formidable challenges that continue to confront us. One such challenge is the foot and mouth disease crisis, FMD, which has a profound impact on both the economy and the social fabric of KwaZulu-Natal. Though FMD poses no threat to human health, its effects on livestock and agricultural production have evolved into a provincial socio-economic crisis. The suspension of South Africa's FMD-free status has disrupted exports, restricted internal movement, and inflicted revenue losses, job cuts, and cultural erosion. The origin of the current outbreak in our province was linked to the illegal movement of infected animals, leading to the establishment of multiple disease management areas and movement restrictions on thousands of cattle. Given that KwaZulu-Natal accounts for nearly 30% of national milk production and a significant portion of beef output, the province plays a critical role in ensuring national food security. FMD has trapped rural households in a paradox of wealth on paper, quote unquote, wealth on paper, where valuable assets are legally unusable, thus threatening livelihoods and income security. In response, the provincial and national governments have pivoted from emergency containment to a long-term recovery strategy under the vaccinate to live policy. This 10-year FMD elimination strategy aims to achieve 80% vaccination coverage of the national herd by December 2026, providing the necessary herd immunity to restore our international export status. The lifting of the KwaZulu-Natal Disease Management Area on 5 May 2026 marks a critical milestone in this recovery, allowing us to transition to a unified provincial protocol, complemented by the restart of local vaccine production and the integration of a digital livestock management hub. These measures will modernize biosecurity and the livestock value chain. So as members of this council, it is crucial that we view FMD not simply as a veterinarian challenge, but as a catalyst for modernizing our agricultural sector, improving traceability, and strengthening provincial resilience. The lessons we learn from managing FMD will shape how we safeguard our economy, how we protect our livelihoods, and how we ensure food security for future generations. In conclusion, while national unemployment figures are a cause for concern, KwaZulu-Natal's response demonstrates resilience, innovation, and commitment. From job creation and skills development to infrastructure investment and strategic agricultural recovery, our province is proving that challenges can be transformed into opportunities. So the work of this council remains central to this attempt as we provide strategic guidance and policy direction to ensure inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economic growth. Let us continue to work together, leveraging the strengths of our people, the creativity of our youth, and the resources of our province to not only address the immediate challenges that we face, but to build a KwaZulu-Natal that thrives in the face of adversity. I thank you, distinguished members, for listening to me. We now proceed to item 2, the apologies. If the project management can lead us in noting the apologies.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. May I kindly stand on the protocols that you have already mentioned. We have the following apologies from Honorable Lucas Meyer, Honorable Rogers, Honorable Duma, Honorable Simelane, as well as Honorable Madlopa Mtetwa. The heads of departments who have tendered apologies are the following: Ms. Carol Kutsia, Ms. Penny Msimango, Health, Mr. Stelo Duma, Cocta, Dr. Vish Govender, Public Works, Mr. Max Mbili, Human Settlement, Dr. Kabasia, Social Development, Dr. Sifunda, as well as Dr. Nkosenye Zulu. And the following officials have also tendered their apologies. Dr. S. Gwala from OTP, as well as Mr. Kubeka from OTP. Representatives of organized business sector will receive the following apologies: Mr. Jeremy Hunter Smith from the Northern Chamber of Business, Ms. Nonhlanhla Zulu from DNA, Mr. Musa Makungu, HRM Holdings, Mr. Leon Cotting, Kokstad Chamber, Ms. Lauren Langley, Kokstad Chamber, as well as Mr. Dick Besby, South Coast Chamber. And the following representative from organized labor also tendered his apology, Mr. Governor from SACTU, and then the entity CEOs, Mr. Tabani Zulu. Thank you kindly, Chair.
Thank you very much. Those apologies have been noted. Are there any others that we might have missed other than those that have been recorded? I see no hands. Shall we then proceed to statutory matters on item 3, the confirmation and adoption of our agenda? I'm sure members have familiarized themselves with the agenda. Can we see by show of hands if there are any proposals either for adoption, for additions, or for amendments? Co-Chair, Mr. Edwin Kzn.
Thank you, Chair. We want to move, Chair, for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mkhize moves for the adoption. I see the Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to your good self, to all conveners, all members of the Council. I would want to second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Now the agenda has been adopted. Can we go to item 4, the minutes? I'm sure the members. How do we want us to deal with the minutes? To take them as read, or do we? I will simply go through page by page so as to ensure that we have done a thorough work on the minutes. Page 1, that's procedural matters. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, I'm on page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, and the last page is page 22. I take it that the minutes are there any proposals for the adoption of the minutes? In view of the fact that there have been no contra reviews to them, can we receive proposals, especially to those who were present, so that we can proceed to matters arising? Yes, Mr. Tele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and the Economic Council members. I move for the adoption of the minutes as the true reflection of what transpired on the day.
Thank you, Mr. Tele. Moving for the adoption of the minutes as presented. Any second? Unfortunately, I don't see the name.
Hi, morning. It's Mandy Massey, Deputy Chair of FedHausa.
Thank you, Mandy, of FedHausa. The minutes are duly adopted. Shall we go to matters arising? Project management.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with your permission, can I request IT to also load the link so that members can download all the documents. If they can put up the link on the screen for 2 minutes so that all members can then download all the documents before we revert back to the matters arising. In the interim, Chair, thank you kindly. There were 4 matters arising from the meeting of the 6th of March. The first one being a request by organized business, namely Mr. Mbele, that TIKZN conduct a formal audit on the impact of the location of malls in townships and rural economies, and how it also impacts informal and township SME retailers. We are pleased to note that ATI is currently rolling out the Business Pledge program to all businesses, and this is also aimed at ensuring compliance with various government policies and legislation. This is inclusive of the retail centers, and that additionally the ATI is undertaking an analysis of the informal economy in order to determine the current challenges being experienced by the sector in order to deal with any inhibiting factors. So this, as soon as that assessment has been concluded, this will be then subsequently presented to the council. Secondly, a request was made for organized business to provide a list of members that would be relevant to the participation in the informal economy workstream to discuss the contradictory nature of the 2 business bills and what it will mean for the business constituency, including those operating in the informal economy. And this matter was raised by Ms. Pathorn from civil society. A formal written request was sent to the convener of business, and we have now received a name as late as yesterday, that Ms. Dumile Kuboni who handles informal sector issues within the Durban Chamber, will be seconded to the stream. The third matters arising pertains to the request for the Council to assist in obtaining intervention of government at a national level in the continued rising water and electricity tariffs. This request has been channeled to the eThekwini Working Group to assist in obtaining the requested interventions. Also believe that they are currently sitting today, and hopefully this is one of the issues that they will deliberate on. The fourth and last matters arising was a presentation to be made, a request for a presentation to be made to the Council on the economic impact of the foot and mouth disease. The presentation should specifically quantify the impact on jobs as well. This item, Chairperson, is on today's agenda as item number 8 and will be presented accordingly. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the tabling of matters arising, decision matrix. We proceed now to item number 6, remarks from the social partners. Who is ready? Can I call upon the representative of the organized business sector? Mr. Dembe.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable MEC, Reverend Zondi, MEC Shinga, and other MECs present. I haven't seen any other MEC. Directors of departments, HODs, mayors, councillors, amakosi, and all other senior members of government, and councillors, mayors, municipal managers, and other senior members of the municipality, amakosi, uma ekhona. I saw the president of NAFCOC in KZN, Ubaba Umadlogovu, CEO of the Durban Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Palisa Pili, and other chambers represented. Allow me to stand on the protocols that were observed by the MEC. Maybe let me kick off by thanking the MEC for very incisive opening remarks, and I want to say that as business, we truly support his introductory remarks. We certainly are in a very tough position as a province and as a country. If you look at the challenges that are facing us, some of these challenges, in fact, we have no control of. If you look at the impact of the Middle East war, and I call it a war because it is indeed the war, and concomitant economic challenges it's throwing on us in terms of the rising of the oil price and so on, which has got implications on inflation and possible rise of interest rates, which to job losses and all of that. These are challenges that are facing us as a province. I must also say that whilst everyone is celebrating the introduction of A1, and I do think that it's quite innovative, it's a good thing, I want to caution this council that unless we prepare ourselves for what is about to impact the economy of this province and our country as a result of A1, we'll have a huge challenge. Let me just give you an example. A call center business in KZN remains one of the biggest employers. If A1 is effected to, comes to fruition and is optimized, it could mean that out of 25,000 people who are employed in the call center business, and most of those people are people who are fresh from school, they do get that training, they support their families. You could have as much as 70 to 80% of those people out of business. The full implications of that, I'm not even going to waste time to take you through that. We all know that. But from a property development perspective, the offices would be empty. From the facilities management perspective, people are cleaning, who are guarding those offices. It's going to be a disaster. So I would like to urge the council to begin to think about that eventuality, and it's not something which we'll see in 3 to 5 years impacting us. I think within the next 18 months to 2 years max, we will begin to see the erosion of jobs as a result of A1. I'm not saying A1 is a bad thing at all. I am emphasizing it's an innovation, it's a good innovation, but as a council, we need to apply our minds to that. Going back to the Middle East crisis, it's always said that one should never waste the crisis. We all know and agree that emerging markets continue to be the drivers of global growth. I'm of the view that if you look at the interest of the West to South Africa, they actually see what we seldom see. They see the opportunity, they want to be part of that growth. So we certainly have got to lift our game and see these opportunities and capitalize on the opportunities. We formed BRICS, and we all know that it did upset the West to some extent. But if I talk to many South Africans, especially those who are in authority, and say, what is it that we've done to capitalize on the BRICS, we can see exactly what China is doing to capitalize on it. I don't see much out of South Africa, to capitalize on that. I think these are the opportunities we need to begin to apply our minds on. As business, we are still of the view, MEC, that opportunities are much bigger than the challenges that are facing us. We think that we need to pay more attention on actions that actually take this economy from below 1% to 5-6% GDP growth. So really, it doesn't help as much to actually see that as an opportunity, but our actions on the ground are not aligned to what takes us to that goal. So we have to put much effort and action and focus, more importantly, to doing stuff that takes us to 5-6% growth. We've seen many opportunities, in the province. I'll take one. In fact, there are quite a few. If you look at the oil and gas opportunities, looking at what is happening in Richards Bay, we know that next year you will have the first gas terminal for LNG will be commissioned, and they are likely to be on site the first quarter of 2027. And we know that that opportunity presents or opens the space for gas to power opportunities. If you look at the amount of investment that will be going to the Richards Bay area, it's quite exciting, because it could make Richards Bay a true industrial mecca of South Africa. And in the intervening period, whilst all of those major international opportunities are being implemented, the job opportunities will be quite enormous. There are many other low-lying fruits. Obviously, KZN can be easily dubbed as the best, most beautiful province in the country. We were talking about this the other day when we were saying we truly have not fully capitalized on the opportunity. You take weather as an example. Hamish, there's so much chaos in Cape Town, even in Joburg. It's cold and so on. We think that April to August presents the best weather in the world, which we really have got to use to boost tourism. Manufacturing, especially on the back of dynamic SEZs that we've got, Dube and Richards Bay, these presents quite a huge opportunity. We definitely have got to do everything possible to support the likes of Hamish, to support the likes of Zulu in Richards Bay, in ensuring that investment opportunities that they are pursuing, government is fully behind them, and the red tape that tends to delay these projects is addressed. KZN really would have failed dismally, in fact spectacularly, if we failed to make KZN a gateway to South Africa, and dare say to the sub-Saharan. So as we continue to ensure the efficiencies at the ports, as we continue to ensure that our roads become best-in-class roads, you can see now it's becoming a lot easier to travel from Durban to Joburg. as we work with Transnet to make sure that rail opportunities they do happen as quick as possible, as we address the opportunity of ensuring that you could get into a train from Durban to Joburg, vice versa, we definitely have got to put all our energies and focus in ensuring that those opportunities do happen. Education sector, I'm of the view that we certainly have got to spend more time with government to ensure that we get the legislation right to allow the construction of more universities and the construction of more universities of education and TVET colleges. We lift them to the next level so that we can actually ensure that a number of our people who are not employable, so that we can ensure that what we produce at these universities, TVET colleges, universities of technology, is actually aligned to the industry. We have been disturbed quite seriously by the NSFAS news. It is causing quite a lot of havoc to people who are building student accommodation, and it's a matter, MEC, if we could find a way to intervene. I know that it's a matter which is driven from the National Department of Education, but it has caused a lot of havoc in the education sector. If we can't make agriculture and agro-processing work in this province, really, it would mean that we failed properly. We really think that companies like Tongat and Tongat who led some attention is given to ensuring that they actually come back to their feet. Maybe in conclusion, I want to implore, to urge other social partners to put hands on deck. We do not believe that all of these challenges and opportunities can be exploited to the full if we think it's the business of government. I think we all have to continue to work together as social partners and truly dirty our hands. KZN remains the most livable province. In true partnership, we can actually make it count. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tembe, for those remarks. On behalf of the organized business, can I call upon Mr. Mkhize on behalf of organized labor?
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, social partners, business led by Ngolanyama, civil society led by Undosi, COSATU led by its chairperson, Comrade Mtombeni, all the protocol, Chair, that you have observed. Chair, firstly, as Labour, we'll just raise few issues and sit down, Chair. We must start, Chair, by appreciating the work being undertaken by social partners within the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council
especially during this difficult economic period confronting our province and the country as a whole. We do, Chair, want to particularly welcome and appreciate the recent Provincial Job Summit, which organized labor has consistently called for over a long period. We see the convening of such a platform as both necessary and timely, Chair, given the deepening unemployment crisis, rising poverty, and increasing cost of living facing workers and the poor communities. Chair, maybe we must observe that participation of labor in the job summit was very meaningful and constructive, though we must express, Chair, some concern about the short notice given of convening such an important job summit, especially as organized labor. We were busy finalizing the preparations for the Workers' Day, which really it was a bit difficult for us. But we tried our level best, understanding that how much important that platform was to make sure that we do participate meaningfully. We believe in the near future there is a room for improvement to ensure improved consultation, planning, and coordination so that social partners can be able to play their meaningful participation. Nevertheless, Chair, what we want to emphasize is that we remain committed to engaging with the social accord adopted at the Job Summit and will play our role in ensuring its implementation. Maybe some of the things that Ngolanyama is raising, I think in this province we have always agreed that as social partners we understand the role that we play. But in the whole process of the ecosystem, we do understand that our role as social partners may not be the same. But we have always coordinated the role of social partners through the work streams in which each and every social partner can clearly account on what is it that you are doing as social partners. I do believe that all of us were doing a lot of things as various social partners, but if the accountability and monitoring of the work that you are doing will end up guess working as if this one is not doing his or her own part, when the real issue is the lack of coordinated accountability measures. So we do want to say that we are going to put a proposal at the end of our input as to what is it really we need to do moving forward. It is important because all social partners and presenters in the Job Summit have emphasized that there should not just be a merely talk or signing of accords, but it should be a development of concrete implementation plans, measurable targets, monitoring mechanisms, and regular reporting on progress achieved. We have identified a number of interventions, and we do want to say that as a province we must continue to identify strategic sectors with the potential to drive industrialization, economic recovery, and sustainable job creation. Sector-specific development plans must be strengthened, particularly in manufacturing. I think Ngolanyama and Chair MEC, in your inputs, you assisted us. You were specific in some of the interventions that we need to look at as a province. We do want to emphasize that we need to take very serious the issue of manufacturing. Now, with the current challenge we are facing around the issues of EVs, we know that, as we have even alluded in the job summit, that this actually threatens some of the industries and some of the companies in the automotive industry. But what maybe we are also not looking at is being progressive in our approach to say, now we have these EVs, we have these cars that are coming outside South Africa. What's going to happen next? You'll have those countries that are bringing those cars in our country, going around and opening parts, because that's going to be another huge challenge. Maybe we need to be very clear on our industrialization plan to say, let's build our capacity at least to have these parts being developed in our own country, rather than them coming ready or just us becoming an assembly point as a country. But how do we build our own capacity to say we can produce these parts and then look at the other issues like the issues of skills? We are saying that because that can actually assist us to ensure that we are able to support our SMMEs and cooperatives operating within these sectors, particularly through access to funding, markets, infrastructure support, and procurement opportunities. We further want to say there must be measurable deliverables regarding youth development initiatives, including starter packs. You know, we need to account on some of the initiatives that we do to develop youth, rather than saying we are not really getting anywhere, not improving as far as the issue of youth development is concerned. We recently had a program as a province of assisting these youth with the starter packs. Where are they? What is it that they are doing to actually develop themselves, but also to create opportunities for other youth? We need to look at issues of enterprise support programs and skills interventions. There must be clear monitoring and evaluation systems to assess how these programs are assisting unemployed youth and whether they are translating into sustainable economic opportunities. I'm saying because these are some of the things that we picked up at our job summit. Over and above that, we also want to observe other and congratulate ICC, eThekwini Municipality, and our government for a successful hosting of Africa's Travel Indaba. We can say that the event was well organized, warmly received, and contributed significantly towards tourism recovery, business activity, and economic stimulation within eThekwini and the province more broadly. And we believe that we do really need to look at that space, because it was spoken very loudly at that Indaba about opportunities that tourism provide for South Africa and even for our local municipalities. So we do need to look at how do we take that forward. The relaunch of the Human Resource Development Council in KwaZulu-Natal in a few weeks, following the National Human Resource Development Summit, together with the endorsement of the Human Resource Development Strategy and Skills Master Plan, are important interventions. Equally, yesterday we were here having the ECD dialogue hosted by the province. We are saying with these initiatives demonstrate the importance of investing in human development and skills planning as central pillars of economic transformation. In this regard, we do want to remind the Kzn Economic Council that we must deepen our collaboration with the Human Resource Development Council. It has been demonstrated repeatedly that skills development, if properly coordinated, can play a decisive role in employment creation, particularly for unemployed youth within the ICT. You have alluded to that, Ngolanyama, ICT sector and other emerging industries. We therefore need stronger collaboration with SETAs and training institutions to align skills development within the actual needs of the provincial economy. We've spoken about the developments at that area of Richards Bay, but we must also observe some work that is being done. We know that recently Minister Tau was there, the President was there in Richards Bay, working with some key, together with the provincial government, working with some key stakeholders such as Richards Bay Development Zone. And we are saying that we need to observe but also actively participate in those engagements. They are critical in attracting investment and positioning the province strategically within national economic priorities. The recent energy indaba as well. What we noticed in these engagements is a bit of a concern which maybe we need to improve on, that some of these engagements continue to exclude Economic Council and HRD social partners. Sometimes if you go to some of them, like Energy Indaba, you don't find these important role players. And we do believe that if that's not addressed, even when you go to your Africa Travel Indaba, we find that some of these key role players here, they are not afforded space to participate. If that's not addressed, it risks to undermine coordination, transparency, and accountability. And we want to propose that ATR really need to look at that and create a deliberate space for social partners to participate meaningfully in these initiatives. We observe the progress being made at Tongati Hewlett in protecting jobs and also protecting the economy. We do want to say, while we appreciate that, we still stand very firm as COSATU that we need to look deeply as to what's happening there, what has been happening, so that if whatever initiatives we are doing to save the economy are to stand the test of time, we do need really to confront those and respond to those issues. We are vehemently very clear on that one. We are saying that because the reason for us to observe these good initiatives is what you have spoken to MEC Chair very correctly on the recent quarterly labor force survey, which shows that the unemployment in our country is increasing. But there is a slight improvement in KZN. There is that much as it's not enough, but I think as long you are moving forward than moving backward. So we do believe that it's because of this hard working of these social partners, of all these collaborations and initiatives that we have put together that actually are making that what you call progress. So we do believe that the work that we do does really bear some fruits in that regard. Although it's not enough, we need to really improve. In the other context, ningayithathi kabi le Chair Nongolanyama, please take it in a good spirit, because I heard what the business said, and the business correctly contextualized the kind of economic challenge we are facing as a country. We know that there are other external contributing factors, as what we have alluded on Ngolanyama. But we know that mostly that's where the issue of the resources are coordinated at the level of business and government. So we really want to say, we believe that these social partners, in the kind of the challenge faced by our economy, become very much critical. Most of our people are poor, some of them are even unemployed. And we are saying that the period we are in cannot be really a period that we can say, we understand that we need to make business, but we also want to urge that we also maximize our support for our suffering people. We all have to do that, I agree, but we don't have, all of us have equal power to actually do it. It must be a period of social solidarity, economic protection, and collective efforts to save lives and livelihoods. As a country, maybe as this Economic Council, we need to put our head together and say, what is it really we can do for our suffering people? If diesel costs so much, if petrol costs so much, if it's so difficult, even for the people who are employed to sustain their bonds, to even send their children to school, we have to think about those that even who are unemployed, how bad the situation is to them. And therefore, we do want to say, we really understand that no one has got really the abundance of resources. But we do need to say, how can we actually, as social partners, coordinate the support? Because we can sit in this Economic Council, we can look at big things, how we develop the economy. But if the economy, as per our also mission statement as this Economic Council, if it cannot really also cushion the poor people of our country, if it cannot take care of the poor people of our country, and therefore our exercise is actually futile. And therefore we do want to emphasize on that maybe that's what we need to look at. That is why we said, even as organized labor, it also can be a job of this Economic Council that let's look at also in this May month, if we can dedicate ourselves to check what's happening in some of the factories. What is the state of workers? There's nothing wrong to do that, to say what is the state of our workers if we want to see our economy moving forward. Chair. I'm sorry, Chair Nondaba. We believe
that's fine.
we do really need to look at that and coordinate ourselves. So as we sit down we appreciate that we are going to be presented with the resolutions of the recent engagement, but we say we must urgently look at it, further develop it, engage with it, and advance its implementation. We want to propose strongly that part of implementing all what we have raised in our social accords, we need to revive and strengthen the Economic Council work streams. I know Patton from the informal sector will actually fully agree with me that how much important that we revive these work streams so that we don't come here, we raise issues, then we wait again for a next Economic Council. So that we do not come here and guesswork where the business is doing or where labor is doing, but this work stream, that's where we can account as various social partners. This is what we are doing to actually contribute towards the development of the economy, to make sure the improved coordination, accountability, and implementation capacity. Equally, there is a need to solidify institutional collaboration between the Economic Council and the Human Resource Development Council to ensure coherent provincial economic and skills development. It's good that there is now an ongoing work of collaboration. There is also an implementation plan. The Secretariat for the Economic Council and the Human Resource Development Council, they all now participate in both councils and are able to take this work forward. So we do believe that issues of skills development really combined with our initiatives of economic development can go a very long way if it's properly coordinated. We really thank you, Chair. We also observe as Labour the greater participation of our SOEs. We see that there are various CEOs, and I think we must encourage all of them to form part of this Economic Council, because that's where the most of work really we can be taken forward. Thank you very much, Siabo.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin Mkhize, for the inputs you made on behalf of organized labor. Shall we proceed now to the civil society? Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council, Honorable MEC of Atia, Reverend Zondi, MEC Shinga, my fellow conveners, convener of business with your constituency that you lead, convener of organized labor with your labor constituency, my colleagues from civil society, acting DG of the province, all HODs present, CEOs present, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Thank you, MEC Zondi, for yet another spot-on opening remarks, which are always in touch with the reality. Your continued commitment to ensuring success of the work of this Kzn Economic Council is indeed inspiring. Colleagues, as the civil society, we are cognizant of the fact that our role is to ensure that the high-level discussions held in these chambers translate into bread on the table for the ordinary mothers in KZN, and a hope for the graduate even in most of rural areas of this province. This month of May is the month of autumn graduations in most institutions of higher learning in the province. We have been following the jubilations on various social media platforms of students graduating and parents celebrating the achievements of their children. Immediately after the celebrations, the reality strikes, which is, where are the graduates going to be employed? Or they will soon join a list of unemployed graduates. As a civil society, we look into this house full of responsible corporate citizens, caring government, and of course, the members of the civil society to say, working together, we will have to make sure that such jubilations will continue to be jubilations into various workplaces. Just over 2 weeks ago, we gathered at the ICC for a historic Jobs and Skills Summit. The turnout was great. It was a powerful demonstration of a province ready to work. We successfully forged a compact between government, business, labor, civil society, and academia. This isn't just another document. It is a commitment to fight the triple scourge of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Needless to say, the civil society has high hopes for this social compact. As of May 2026, we are excited to see resilience in our logistics sector and a stabilization of provincial inflation at roughly 3.7%, which offers a sight of relief. However, we are deeply concerned by the low growth projections, around 1.4%, and the continued construction market disruptions that deter investment. We are working hard, but the results are not yet reaching the poorest of the poor. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot conclude this economic reflection without addressing the May 6th fuel hike, with petrol rising by over 3 rands and diesel by over 6 rands per litre. Our people are drowning. This is a silent tax. It doesn't just hit car owners. It hits everyone who commutes and everyone who eats. When diesel goes up, the price of cabbage in the market and tax fares in the township go up. We call on the government of KZN to lobby the national government for a fundamental review of the fuel price formula. We cannot build a provincial economy while half of a worker's salary is spent on just getting to work. On the issue of illegal foreign nationals, which is causing us a lot of economic frustrations, we concur with KZN government that economic frustrations must not turn into lawlessness. We welcome the Constitutional Court's ruling 3 days ago, which correctly ends the abuse of repeat asylum applications that clog our system. We support the revised white paper and its first safe country principle. We need a government that is both firm on the law and fair on human rights. We must document everyone within our borders to ensure that they contribute to the tax base and do not undercut local labor standards. The township economy is the lifeblood of KZN. We note the National Spaza Shop Support Program, but there is still a bottleneck in licensing. Only about 23% of registered Spaza shops nationally are actually licensed. We plead with the government of KZN to lead the way with the automated digital licensing system. Let's remove the red tape so that a mother running a tuck shop in Inanda can access government support tomorrow. When we have such economic development dialogues, we cannot conclude them without considering the banking sector. A progressive bank plays a pivotal role in developing the economy for any nation. We, the people of KZN, are privileged to have Itala Soc Limited, hence its affairs are close to our hearts. It is the bank of the rural poor, hence we continue to applaud the KZN government for securing the withdrawal of the liquidation bid, which saved 250,000 accounts. However, Itala still lacks a full banking license. We ask for ITA to work on this issue because the people of KwaZulu-Natal need a stable license and state-backed bank. As Island, what is best for the people of KZN is accountability and action. People of KZN want a government that has capacity to intervene on their behalf. Hence, today, we are pleading with the government to intervene on the issue of the fuel cost, intervene in the licensing of our small businesses, and intervene to make Itala a world-class provincial bank. Let us turn the social compact of the Jobs and Skills Summit into a living compact. I thank you.
Siyabonga Makai, thank you very much for that input. Madlogovo. Mr. Paul Ngema, are you covered? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the input of the social partners and the co-conveners. May we now proceed to item number 7, quarterly economic outlook, which is going to be led by Mr. Mishek Zwane, our economist, so that when we discuss matters, we have the full context of what we are talking about. The co-conveners here raised a range of important issues, but we must contextualize them now with the right figures of where we are. Mr. Zwane, over to you.
I will start by greeting the Chair, the Program Director, Honorable MEC, the conveners of the Council, MECs who are present with us today, HODs, members of the Council, business labor, as well as civil society and organized business labor. So basically my task today is very simple, based on what the Honorable MEC in his introductory speech alluded on in terms of some of the economic variables or economic growth that has, came into our attention in the past few months, as well as the comments made by the social partners. So what I'm going to do now is just to support in terms of data or visualization to support their sentiment. I think by 10 minutes I'll be able to complete my presentation. Just to support what the previous speakers mentioned when it comes to the tight environment that we are seeing ourselves operating in. If we all recall what happened in January 2026, all of us were so excited, including South Africa as well as KwaZulu-Natal, because we came from a strong 2025 performance, despite the global challenges that we're facing that were affecting our economy. But what we're seeing in 2026 when we're starting the year is that inflation was easing across the globe, and there were some projections that even oil prices are going to be, contained within the 2026-2027. No one saw what happened in 28 February 2026, where there was then that Middle East war, a US and Iran war, that really shaped our global energy markets, where we saw ourselves in a very serious turmoil. But currently what we're seeing is that inflation global was projected to be around close to 4.4%. The current data, what we're seeing from the OECD, is that it's now sitting at 4%. So you could see that we're coming from 3% in 2025. You could see that the effect of this Middle East war is starting to, affect in terms of inflation. South Africa was still at around 3.1%, but in the next coming few months, we might expect inflation to go up. What is so interesting is that when you look at food inflation, it's already at 4%. So it shows the impact of the hikes in the oil market as well as the fertilizer market. So there's a slide that I'm going to show you that is going to show all these items in details. What we're seeing in terms of the global energy shock, we all see, even if you open your TV, we all talk about the oil that, it was projected to be around a barrel, it was projected to be around 86 a barrel in 2026 and go down to 70 a barrel in 2027. The current data shows that it's now already above $100 per barrel since March 2026. So the implications thereof is that there is, hence now we are seeing that there is high fuel cost, not just in South Africa, across the globe, especially for 9 oil producing countries. And as well, now we're seeing transport costs very high, which is also affecting our logistics sector, because the logistics sector, the transport sector feed directly to our nation's supply, of which most of the sectors within the economy, they are relying on that particular logistic or supply chain component. What we are seeing as well is that in terms of fertilizer, this is one element that has been ignored and is going to affect us a lot. As we know that in the country where the province of KwaZulu-Natal is the second in terms of GDP when it comes to agriculture. So you could see that because of our diversity within the agricultural sector, you could see that it's going to affect us a lot, because especially when you look at the nitrogen-based fertilizers, which is used in the grain production, you could see that it's going to put pressure, especially to our domestic farmers. As you know that there are a lot of grain production that is taking place across the province, and an increase in terms of that world fertilizer prices is going to also increase the production cost of those farmers. The reason being is that it's because of our net importer of fertilizer in the province. Even South Africa, at least if you put it broadly, South Africa is a net importer of fertilizers, and there are very few 3-4 companies who are and global companies who are producing fertilizers. It's not like it's not feasible to have factories to produce fertilizers in South Africa, but it's because of how the global market is structured and the fact that we import this thing in huge numbers. So we have to rethink our local import substitution when it comes to this kind of input cost. But overall, we could say that there will be, in our province specifically, you will see that planting production is going to decrease, and there will be lower yields, and as a result, we'll see food inflation skyrocketing to almost 7%, of which is going to affect our households as well as firms. In April 2020, in April 2024 this year, the World Meteorological Organization announced that we should expect El Nino by mid-2026, which is going to affect our planting season, because our planting season is around October in South Africa as well as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So that threat is not new to our economy. If you remember what happened to 2014, the drought and so forth, that really impacted our national economy. So we should expect the very kind knock that will come to, give a threat to our farmers as well. And that will also increase our input cost from the production side of things. And we could see that we need then a coordinated approach as a province of KwaZulu-Natal to mitigate this kind of adversity that would come to our economy. At least it has been announced so early, so we still have enough time to coordinate that crisis and making sure that we introduce some agricultural adaptation, drilling of wells and so forth, and that will come at a cost. From a manufacturing perspective, especially our agro-processing, they will see a lot of input cost rising that will also disrupt the supply chains. In the last council, we presented about the economic performance of 2025. This is just to share with the colleagues that were not present, that we saw our growth in the province close to 1.4% in 2025. If you exclude the abnormal rebounds in 2021 of 4.6%, you could say that we've actually done very well when we look at the past 5 years, and we're sitting at close to 1.4%. And the external factors are going to put a knock on our 1.4 because there's a projection of close to 1.6 this year, and we might even remain in that 1.4 if the war in the Middle East continues and it's affecting our business activities in the province. I'm not going to cover this one because there's a next speaker to speak on the FMT, but from a trade investment perspective, I'm interested of what really happened, especially to our export market when it comes to beef, dairy products, and so forth. Immediately in August 2025, last year, certain neighboring countries, including Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, ban fresh beef due to this foot and mouth disease. So it shows, in terms of export revenue, we've not even got, it's even sitting at zero when we look at the month of 2020. Or if you look at February this year, the latest trade data, it shows that in some of these countries, it was sitting at zero, so we're not sending anything there. It shows the impact when we look at it from an economic perspective that the export revenue that was supposed to help to cushion the agricultural growth, we could see that we have lost some export revenue from that aspect. China has banned us for quite some time now. It's been a while. They're not taking our meat because of the outbreak, even that the one that started before 2019, so we're still sitting on the ban side. It was so interesting for me to then to go to the data and look at what happened from 2025 August to 2026. This was just to give you in terms of values what happened. In August 2025, our meat export to Seychelles was around 55 million. Because of the FMD, then now we're no longer exporting anything to Seychelles. Eswatini, it's one of those few countries with DRC and Lesotho where we're still continuing exporting to those countries and our SADC countries. But you could see that when it comes to Mozambique, in last year, because they banned us, it was zero. Botswana, zero. Mauritius, Maldives, zero. Angola, St. Helena, zero. All this market we used before the outbreak, the announcement of the outbreak, we used to export huge quantities of our meat in that market, so we've lost that market. But what is so positive is that this year, they started then to importing from us. We could see Mozambique was 3.7 million, Botswana 2.5, Mauritius 1.6. So you could see that they're starting then to open up. Not because of the trust or they acknowledge that we have controlled this disease, because of they do rely on our market. And the fact, so we won't be shocked in March, April, and then they stopped because they're searching for alternative markets. And that is really affecting our agricultural export revenue, of which we are seeing in terms of even economic growth, the contraction, as well as the employment losses as well. We'll say that if you look at agricultural employment in the province, we have dropped drastically, year on year, quarter on quarter. So this one particular, because it's really affect the livestock sector, and therefore you will therefore see, even in terms of employment, a decline in that regard. But what is so interesting is that when you look, these are the countries on my right-hand side where now, currently, we have zero trading activity. And we used to send a lot of our fresh or beef to those countries. In Africa, you could see your Congo, your Kenya, your Senegal, your Zimbabwe, your Zambia, Europe, Germany, France, all those countries now, they are no longer buying from us because that FMD is out there global, and they have to make sure that they then protect their citizens from this FMD disease. And that doesn't bode very well to our agricultural GDP. So the world has taken a notice to South Africa, where we are now no longer in the grey list. But what is so important, these are the triggers. There are three of them. It's because of, they're saying, because of our nationally, 1.2 economic growth that was achieved nationally, they then said, then our GDP has improved, especially in the past 10 years, because we struggled to grow at above 1%. Because of our improved fiscal performance, as well as the political stability within the GNU. So they've recognized them. So those are the main reasons why we then removed from the grey listing. And it has impact too in terms of borrowing cost, the debts, the interest that we're paying to our creditors. So now, since we are on a positive side, we're no longer in the sub-investment grade, then which means it will even take longer for us, shorter for us to repay the debts that we are owing to our creditors. But if we add more debts to the existing debt, then it will also take time for us to improve our fiscal performances. What happened in our FDI landscape? So we looked at from January this year to May 2016, last year, Friday. So you could tell that South Africa attracted 13 FDI projects, mainly Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Albertine. More specifically, the countries that supported our national FDI, it was UK, Switzerland, Netherlands, Denmark, Finland, and USA. At a cost of 2.86 billion rand, creating close to 9.1 billion. And it was followed by Western Cape. Western Cape, in terms of provinces, dominated with 6 FDI projects, followed by Gauteng with 3 FDI projects, as well as our province attracting 1 FDI project. What we are saying from this table is that quality is better than quantity. If you look at the number of jobs, us as the province of KwaZulu-Natal only attracting 1 FDI project, but look at the number of jobs if you look at Gauteng and Western Cape, while they attracted 3 and 6, and if you combine their jobs, they don't even make up the 455 jobs that we created from 1 chemical plant. So what does this mean? I'm going to support the sentiment raised by our previous speakers when they mentioned that without the manufacturing sector, we cannot really grow this economy. It shows that with 1 chemical plant, look at the number of jobs. Even when you look at in terms of low-skilled, skilled, unskilled, it is 1 sector where you'll find all those people in a factory, those who are skilled, those without matric, those with matric, those with professional degrees. So it shows in terms of labor intensity, those are the kind of intervention that we should look at. Hence, the Department of Trade and Industry exists is because of the manufacturing sector, because that for you to drive industrialization, your backbone, it has to be around the manufacturing sector. AirTier exists because of the manufacturing sector. For you to drive industrialization, value add, and job creation at a massive scale is because of this particular sector. What will happen then if we have attracted 3 projects within the manufacturing sector? What will have happened to that job landscape? So you could see that it's about numbers. So that doesn't mean that we have performed badly, but when you look in terms of the intensity or the scale of the FDI, that's what matters. Because as I've said in the previous quarter that there was some announcement of, not official announcement of a data center in Manzimtoti. And because of the trade-offs, that's what Waptemba was alluding to, that sometimes when there's an introduction of a technology or an FDI, there are trade-offs. So you must not look at the good side of it, also look at the other side of it. You have to introduce a data center. At the same time, we know that if you look at the global benchmark, once there is a data center in that particular municipality, 50% of that municipality power will go to that data center. So there's a trade-off that one has to look at. So that's the reason when you look at, especially if you look at from a trade investment policy perspective, we have to weigh in those kind of investment that come even into our province. In the last year, and even early this year, we're celebrating in terms of our provincial business confidence, where we're sitting at around 62 orange for KwaZulu-Natal, and now we have dropped to close to 57%, of which is not bad because you must be above the 50%. It even shows investors that your current business, they are satisfied with in terms of the conducive environment. So we're still even above Western Cape and Gauteng. So it's not just about the labor improvement. You could see even on the other indicators. But one interesting part why we dropped there is not because of business are not happy with the current business environment. It's because of one of the reasons that they started was that there is a shortage of raw material, and it doesn't shock us because of what we know, all of us, what is happening in the Middle East. The disruption in that supply chain, really, business are really worried in that aspect. What's going to happen as well is that the ongoing war there in the Middle East, it might even reduce our business confidence further because now, especially those who are within the transport and logistics, they're already facing a lot of pressure when it comes to now. We have seen even on the news when CEO for Spar and Boxer, when they were saying, in fact, their suppliers, they've already told them that we're going to increase prices because everyone knows what happened to the fuel cost, and that will also impact the food basket. Hence, we are saying that our food inflation is increasing, especially when we look at other components of the inflation basket. Is it moving? Okay. So I want to go to the announcement that was made by China, the zero tariff for 53 African countries, but it will be not fair if I go straight to that element without giving you our trade balance with China. So when we had the G20 last year, the pre-G20 with different trading blocs, so when we're doing the presentation there, we're very clear that we're not seeing meaningful contribution of the BRICS when it comes to trade. Because when we look at the Kzn trade with the BRICS, it's very low as compared to other trading partners. And the reason why we'll be having a trading bloc, that one, is because we want to then achieve those benefits that comes with the trading bloc. Hence, you'll then start to see export increasing, is because of we're within a trading bloc. So when you look at China, you could see that from 2019 to 2025, our export to China, the orange one is for Kzn, you could see that we're, in fact, if you look at the entire period, we're less than, we earn close to 10 billion by exporting to the Chinese market. Only in 2025, where it was above 11.1 billion. Then look at our import from China. It's increasing every year. In 2019, we're sitting at around 28 billion. Now we're sitting at close to 42 billion. So you could see the gap. But what we need to appreciate is that China, with their new policy now, they are saying they've heard the different countries, especially the African countries, when they said, we can't benefit from you guys because you're almost a dominant producer of everything. So they then capitalize on what the US has been dragging feet on in terms of long-term renewal of the AGOA. And then China, they introduced their own AGOA. So having 53 countries, excluding Eswatini, so you could tell that it's their own way of having Africa in a different way. But I also want to caution, because there are trade-offs, so we must not be too excited. But before I go to that slide, I want to show you in terms of what we have exported to China in 2025. The reason why I'm showing you this slide is because before we get excited, we must find out first, are we already exporting to that site? Because to start a new commodity in a new country, it will take some time. I think our EM Export, Mr. Claude, can even tell you that for you to send a new product, let's say to Seychelles, whereas we have not sent it before, it will take you some time. The development, the infrastructure that you need to put. But when already there are existing products that are already sending that market, it's a matter of now making sure that you ramp up your production, because there's a zero tariff that has been announced. But when you look at the top product that we are exporting to China, you could say that we have, number one, we have pulp and paper. So it shows that they like our pulp and paper. So what is needed there is just to increase production, then we capitalize on that market. Because now we're going to, if we're exporting our pulp and paper at a tariff of close to 14% to China, and now we have zero. So what will happen to our competitors? We're going to give them a difficult time in exporting to that country. So we should be able to double those figures. Oils, like an ash, 3.7 billion wood and wood products. What has come out very strong even in our export basket monthly, we are seeing a lot of our wood and wood product export going to that market, of which it was almost a foregone sector, but now it's coming very strong in terms of export earnings. You could say that there are a lot of activities that are happening in that space, of which we need to give it an attention to, because we know we used to have a lot of timber products in the province. And the fact that in terms of export is coming very strong, it simply tells us that there are a lot of activities going on that we are not even aware of. Chemicals. Machinery and equipment, there we might struggle to compete, but you could see it's 614 million. If we can double to 1.2 before the expiry date of May 2028, you could see that we can. Agro-processing close to 107 million, pharmaceuticals 88 million, and other manufactured products. So what we are seeing from this basket is that it is almost the manufacturing product that we are sending that space. of which is good because the other African countries, they are just exporting raw products. So in our case, at least I'm sort of like some beneficiation that we do to our raw materials and that we're sending to that site. Coming back to the Chinese zero tariff announcement, is it an opportunity or dependence? So we must not be one-sided and say and become excited. There's something that we need to do right, especially when you look at from our side as a IPA of the province. This is a very good excitement, and it's going to then reimbalance our trade balance with China, given that the fact that we're going to have zero tariff and we're going to compete very well with the likes of Brazil, because that brings, if you look at it, it's made up of countries that are competing with South Africa in a big time. Like for instance, Brazil. Brazil, there are a lot of big sugar refiners. We know they're big in sugar as well, and globally we compete with them. So we could say that if it was functioning well, that trading bloc, we could have easily got an FDI from Brazil, say Brazil want to capture the African market through South Africa by making sure that they set up a sugar plant and so forth. But we could say that we are competing with them. But we're so interested now of saying, now we have zero, then we are going to compete with them. Because those countries, they've already the bilateral trade agreement where they're enjoying close to 5%, as we're sitting at around above 10%. So now we're going to compete in a very competitive way. What we're seeing here, I think the benefits, so in the sense of saying the benefit may be uneven, so it will favor especially industrialized countries like South Africa as compared to the other African countries who are still low in terms of manufacturing. But in terms of Africa, that's the question that I was alluding to, is that this kind of market will deepen the dependence on raw commodity export to China rather than to industrialize. And us, as South Africa, we do not want to see that. We want to use this opportunity to industrialize or boost our manufacturing and then therefore export to China. Why I'm saying that is because of the number of jobs that, because we already have a demand that is available, which is the Chinese one. Once you then ramp up your production, increase your production, there will be jobs that will be created from low-skilled, unskilled up to the professionals one. So we want to use it to boost our manufacturing sector, which has been declining for quite some time. So if we look at it from that way, we'll be able to industrialize, diversify our export, and also strengthen our regional integration. So when you look at from the Kzn perspective, as I've shown in the previous slide, if you look at the three products, which is a pulp, paper, ores, and minerals, as well as wood products, they dominate our export to China. But what we are seeing when you look at the other commodities is that we should prioritize agriculture and agro-processing, but we want the agro-processing part where there is value add, not just raw materials. To chemicals and pharmaceuticals, machinery and electrical equipment, processed wood and manufacturing and other manufacturing product coming from. So what we need to caution as well is that there is no way you will start a TV plant in Kzn and think you'll compete in China. That one you must forget, because they are very strong in that part. When it comes to those accessories, you can't compete with China. And we know it's because of their competitive advantage in that regard. But let us now focus our attention then to say these are the sectors. So what I was already, thinking in terms of say, in the next quarter, which means from, of course, we're a knowledge partner in the economy, Kzn, we already have an output of saying we just want the DTIC to finish working with the SARS in terms of finalizing the tariff schedule for this market that is opened by China. And then we set up a round table where we invite all businesses in the province and invite as well DTIC national as well as SARS to unpack some of these things, and then get our Chinese consulate, those who are within the economic affairs, to then explain further to our businesses local how then they can access that market. And then maybe also invite the big importers from China so that our businesses can ask direct questions from them, and then we take it from there in terms of facilitation and so forth. So what we're saying is that when you do a simple economic scenario analysis, so we're already sitting at 11 billion. So of our export, if you use the 2025 as a baseline, as a baseline. So for us to achieve close to 12 to 13 billion before the expiry date of 2028, we just need to, if in the conservative scenario, if we continue the way things they are, growing at around 8 to 17 will then be able to grow to 12 to 13. That's not what we want. We want the highest growth scenario where we grow at around 62 to 80%. It's possible when we apply those different assumptions. It's possible if we then focus on the manufacturing product, then we'll be able to then move from 11 billion to 20 billion, of which that's what we're looking for in terms of what is possible. We're already selling those products, and now we're going to compete effectively with those guys. But before I leave this slide, I want to allude on the issue of EU banning Brazil in terms of exporting meat to the EU. It's going to start at September 2026, where Brazil meat is no longer allowed in the EU. Why I'm saying that is because of we should expect a lot of dumping from that side. You will see a lot of our, especially the poultry guys, they will start crying now, say, ITEC must do something, because those guys, if they lose that EU market, they know where to dump it. They have to dump it here in South Africa. And our local domestic industry, they're going to cry foul. So it's better when you see those kind of development early, then we position ourselves, because from September, in fact from now, they are going to start making sure they dump it. They are going to make sure they use any trade policy tool that they can use to dump it, because that's where they normally dump their chicken and so forth. So we should be, be at the forefront when it comes to making sure that, in fact, we engage with businesses and then engage with ITEC to make sure that that dumping must not happen. But it's also a warning to South Africa, because the Brazil was banned because they use antimicrobial to grow their meat fast, of which the EU said no, they don't want that kind of growth enabler to be used in terms of growing their meat. South Africa is also using antimicrobial. So we are not safe, because Brazil was one of the first countries to then to say they're going to ban you. It might also even come to us, because the use of those antimicrobials is not healthy for our bodies and so forth, because food has to be organic and so forth. What is so also interesting, what came out between the EU recently, I think it was on Tuesday, where there was now a new trade agreement with the South Americans. And you could see that it's a threat to our South African agricultural export, because we're competing with those countries in the EU market. Now those guys are going to enjoy zero tariffs. So as we're going still to be hit with 14%, 13%. So you could say that they're going to squeeze our export, especially those who are within the fruit sector. They're going to feel that impact. Let me run quick, Chair. So what I wanted to show with this one, just we have uploaded the old document, it's fine. I'll just talk through it. So what we have seen in terms of the labor market, as the previous speaker has alluded to, was that when you look at, so the announcement was based on quarter to quarter, where the province of KwaZulu-Natal was the only province that saw a slight growth of close to more than 6,000 jobs were created to the economy, and all the provinces, they just declined, even in terms of unemployment. But from a policy perspective, we don't use the quarter to quarter to judge the long term. We have to use the year on year. We have to check what happened in 2025 Q1 and compare it to 2026 Q1. Then you'll see the real growth, because that's for policy. But if you want to gauge current momentum, we use the quarter to quarter. What is so encouraging when you look at the unemployment rate in both comparison periods, year on year, you could see that Q1 2025, we're sitting at 32.3 unemployment rate. We continued even in Q4 2025, we're also sitting at 32.3 unemployment rate. And then Q1 2026, we're sitting at around 31.2 unemployment rate. So when we look at the year on year, it was employment rate decline of 1.1%, even on quarter to quarter, it was on 1.1%. So if you compare with with our competitors, Gauteng and Western Cape, year on year we beat them in terms of unemployment decline. Even on quarter to quarter we beat them also on that very same front. What I wanted to allude to, I think the last social partner mentioned that we are now in a graduation season. We're seeing on social media, young people are excited that they've completed their qualification and so forth, but the reality of the matter is on the slide. So if you look at the unemployment, Kzn annual unemployment and unemployment by education attainment, post-COVID 2021 to 2025, I want to take attention to the graduate row. In 2021, we had 201 graduates employed in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In 2025, you had 262,000 graduates employed in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. That was absolute gain of close to 61,000 gain, absolute change. But on the unemployment side, you also have the same problem, where we have 200,500 people, young people who are graduates, who are unemployed. And in 2025, it went to 269,500 of unemployment graduates in the province. So what does this mean? We have to look at it in a different way. That number, it's not small, it's very huge. And you will recall that the number of, we have more than 20 universities, how many FETs, each and every local municipalities in the province has, in the country, even in the province, has a TVET college, has a private, how many private colleges, if you go to one seat, you'll find more than 5. You could now think of the number of graduates who are leaving the system and look at the number of factories, the number of investment that we are attracting. Is it going to match the number of these graduates? We have to give credit to the NEFSAs because education is almost now accessible to everyone. But in the long term, this is going to be very difficult for these young people because now it's easy to go to varsity and then get a degree. But so what? I think that's the other thing that we should look at. Those who have less than matric, sitting at around 1 million, and those who are also unemployed are sitting at around 1 million. So you could see the pattern that we're going to see in terms of, we have to think about it. I think in one council meeting last year, I think General Collins mentioned that the biggest crisis will be the protests from the young people, where they will now say, but now we're educated, so what? When you look at in terms of employment by industry, I think that's the last slide. I want to take your attention because we need to put this clear. We do not have skill shortage in terms of your normal qualification getting. If, for instance, I'm a trained agricultural economist, so you can't say, no, we do not have agricultural economists or agricultural specialists in the country or in the province, therefore we have to source them somewhere. It's a lie. That number tells you we have all the qualifications. I think we need to support that statement by saying on-job training, because work evolves. If you are within the ICT space, there are certain qualifications, even if you have the information and computer science or IT diploma or degree. Once you are within the labor force, one has to advance himself. There are issues of cybersecurity. There's no degree on cybersecurity. It's an on-job training that we need to equip these young people. But there's one point that before I just conclude on the slide, that I need to also let the council be aware of it, is that you still have a serious policy gap that we're not even taking serious as government. One is that, let's look at government. Let's just use government as an example, because something that we can control. Our internship program is 24 months, and your entry job, if you did become economics, if there's an assistant director post, because becoming economist is part of core if you're within the economic development. So after the 24 months program, that person must be an assistant director, maybe economic analysis in our field. But the job advert says 3 years, and HR will automatically exclude that person. Where is these young people supposed to get the other 12 months? It's something that we have to, it's a policy issue. You have, the land reform is always advertising farms that are vacant in the province. And there is no priority of these people who studied in these agricultural colleges. Those guys are doing practical. If you go to Elangeni and Hammerstay, those guys that had the farm wearing overalls. They're doing livestock, they're doing crop farming. Here comes an advert from the land reform. there is a farm available at Umzinyati, 400 hectares. We want that people who have 1 million annual turnover. Then what will happen to those graduates who studied the practical part of it? Because as there's a slide that I jumped, it shows that we're still importing a lot of commodities within the agricultural sector that were supposed, one of them is sugar beets. The SADC region is running shortage of sugar beets. And even South Africa is a net import of sugar beets. We eat sugar beets. In the rural areas, that's the main food that we eat. And I can guarantee you that if you go to rural areas, even in KwaZulu-Natal, they grow in there less than a hectare, what. If you can commercialize those, if that 400 hectares we're having at Umzinyati, then you give it to ONC to a graduate. Just take 10 of them, then you group them, then develop a graduate, then prioritize them and say, okay, you guys are going to export. There is huge market. I can even take one person and say, here is an off-take agreement. There are a lot of milling companies in Centurion who are exporting those beans. Even beside even going to that extent, by just adding value, grading them, give them a warehouse, and then they start putting in the shelves at the reasonable price, rather than the price that these guys are giving us, because we know it's monopolized by certain individuals. But I want to conclude on the slide. So, if you look, those with less than matric in Q4 2025, they are around 1.3.4 million. And you could tell that most of them, they are concentrated within trade, 183, followed by private household where you're doing your normal gardening and so forth. And some of them, they're also within, they're within manufacturing sector, they're within agriculture. So if you were to prioritize them, you have to think about that one. Let's go to the graduates. Most of our graduates in the province, they are concentrated in the community and social services. We can't say that all the graduates that are producing, we know there are a lot of teachers, there are a lot of nurses, but there are a lot of graduates also in other fields who are supposed to be visible within the manufacturing sector, the space of utilities, your construction, your transport, and so forth. But they're just concentrated in one sector. Therefore, my point is that there is limited absorption in the real economic sectors of the province, which is the manufacturing, trade. That's the mismatch that we must always preach and say, these are mismatch. So what's the solution? We still need those graduate placement, private partnerships, and targeted internship that will even go to the 24 months and say, even in the private sector, they will still need 3 years. That will close that gap. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zwane, for such a comprehensive analysis of our economic situation and the context within which we are operating. Are there any interventions that you want to make or questions to engage Mr. Zwane before the next presentation? Yes, I see Fedasa.
Mr. Zwane, that presentation was very detailed and thorough, and it was really amazing to be able to see, and I'm hoping that you would be able to share the presentation with us to go through. There is a question that I would like to ask on your last slide, please. Under the trade and the industry and the sectors, is hospitality, does that form part of your trade? It forms part of the trade? And a discussion that we could have outside of this, would you be able to split that trade further for us?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palesa Pili, the CEO of our Chamber of Commerce in eThekwini.
Thank you very much, MEC. Mr. Zwane, I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, what has been the impact of the cheap imports and illicit goods into our economy here in KZN? And then the second question that I'd like to ask you, especially for us here in eThekwini, you've seen that the rates increases have gone to double digits, and most of my members, especially the SMMEs, are really, really frustrated in terms of the possible impact of job losses for their own businesses. Have you done an analysis to see where, I mean, in addition to the oil prices, things such as rates and taxes, which is something maybe that MEC, the Economic Council, can take back to eThekwini municipality to say, you know, you guys really need to sharpen your pencils and not increase rates in this level because of the possible impact on the economy. Thank you.
The gentleman with the brown jacket on the other hand. Please introduce yourself so that he can know.
No, thanks very much, Chair. It says Pumlan Duma, Chairperson of COSA 2 KZN. We just want to greet you, Chair, and all colleagues who are here. The question that one is seeking from Mrs. Zwane with first we must appreciate the detailed presentation, and it's clear on what direction does it take. We just want to be clarified on a few things. One is the issue of, as you speak about the trading that we have with China, especially on related to wood products. We just want to check if those products are finished products or it's just raw wood which has to be processed by China and further sell it to other areas of the economy, be it brought back to us here in our country. That's one thing we want to check. Secondly, is this issue of the experience on issues of policies. He was talking about the issues of policy position where a person would be qualified but expected to have a certain level of experience. That what intervention would we have as government, as a country, to possibly regard the learnership or the practical program that a student takes, be given a status of being an experience, so that it does not hinder people who are qualified to get jobs based on the experience, because the person would have done some practicals, and we would want to check the possibility of bringing the two together. The other issue, Chair, because a number of them have been clarified, this possible dumping of meat products, which might be coming, as he has indicated, that EU will be banning the meat products from Brazil, which could also affect us, because he says we use the same, I think, antimicrobial, what you would know better, Mr. Zwane, in terms of producing our meat there. We just want to check the mitigating strategy so that we don't get into that area knowing very well that the danger is coming. Is it not the right time that our farmers who are producing meat are at an earlier stage are cautioned about this before the decision would be taken to also ban our meat, and also we find ourselves receiving those cheap meat coming from Brazil and other areas that would be banned by EU. Chair, without taking much of your time, I want to thank you, but I appreciate the work that has been presented here. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zwane.
I'll start with the one from the questions from the CEO. I think on the last one, regarding the rate increases impacting SMMEs within eThekwini, what we need also to understand is that we do not have a detailed study on that one, but if we were to look at the current economic situations, we all know what's happening, and hence when you look at it from a policy perspective, hence there was even a relief from Treasury, because something was supposed to be done temporarily to make sure that, you know, they cushion that fuel price hike. Hence it was even extended to June, even though it's still bad, but something was supposed to be done temporarily. Even on this case, economically wise, it's not advisable for one then to out of nowhere to start to then increase and so forth because of the current economic conditions, of which we all know about. And therefore, it's going to have a significant impact then if now you increase those rates, especially when you look at the SMME, because there's the issue now of, especially those who are within the manufacturing side, on that Stellenbosch Bureau of Economic Research survey, when they survey businesses across the country, they've mentioned the issue of the disruption in terms of the Middle East war that has caused to supply chain disruption, and the fact that now they're struggling to get some of their input at a reasonable cost. And that will also have, as you have said, CEOs, that when it comes to jobs, people, they don't just, a company does not just retrench people or something like that. What happens is that they will then decide not to increase production or drop production. So if you drop production, you have to drop certain people so that you maintain your current cash flow and so forth. And it's going to impact as well now if you then, because of the rate increases of which they have to factor in their model, then we have to now reduce production. And what will happen to the production aspect if we are within the manufacturing sector? What will happen to the output? What will happen to employment? And that will also, impact on in terms of the GDP of that particular district or metro. But what I want to allude on is that this is not the right time for even for municipalities to do that. There are other revenues that can be applied for one to, because it's time for temporary relief, because it's across the globe where now even local government, they are providing some sort of reliefs. Unfortunately, if we were to follow the textbook way, we could say MSC, as the Department of Economic Development, let's assist those SMMEs who are within by providing them this temporary relief. But because of our fiscal constraint, we are not therefore in a position. The only way is to make sure that we keep everything constant, ceteris paribus, so that we have to make sure that until the situation is eased. Going back to the impact of cheap import, I think I will combine it with the last speaker in terms of dumping. So cheap imports. So what will happen is that once there are cheap imports coming to a particular country or a particular region like KwaZulu-Natal, the first people who will feel that impact is the domestic producers, because now, in terms of price, you can't compete with the chicken that is produced from Brazil, as we know that they're using these growers, and that's one of the reasons why they've been banned from the EU. For them, it's about profit. It has nothing to do with health. So now, if you can't compete with those imports, what will happen to, going back to the very same point, that if now you're struggling to compete with the import, so who's going to buy your product? Now you will struggle to find new deals or sales because of, in terms of price competition, they've already excluded you. Number two, it goes back to the point that I've raised now, that because we expect local business to invest back in their businesses, so that even us as the province, we could see in terms of domestic investment, that will also result to economic growth. But now if there's an issue of those cheap imports coming, they're eroding our domestic capabilities. I'll just give an example of the EVs. It's all up to us as the government of South Africa to then apply those policies, and we must not be friendly about it. If you look at the electric vehicles, you could see that why there's low adoption in South Africa. We have an import tax of 25%. When you look at the countries who are already producing EVs, because they want to encourage domestic production, they almost have, China, it's almost zero, US around 2%. So you could see that for you to encourage your domestic producers to then localize, even all your policies has to go to that particular line of support to make sure that they are competing in that space. So going back, linking it maybe with the Brazil, using that antimicrobial to make big profit at the expense of health. As South Africa, in my research, I realized that it's only few businesses that are using that antimicrobial, not all of them. So it's going to affect certain. But in Brazil, it's a policy from the agricultural department. you must use that. In fact, they're investing a lot of, product in terms of formulation in that regard. But what we're seeing in terms of mitigating strategy, we all know what happens when there are cheap imports. Unfortunately, businesses, they'll just wake up and then they're seeing those imports now in our shelves and so forth. Then they'll start then going to flooding to ITech and say, assist us. And it will be too late because it's, at that time, most of the jobs will be affected. But with this one, they're saying they will be banned in September, which means now they're moving around, making sure that which market to target, of which is South Africa. In Africa, they target South Africa both. If you go to Kenya, you go to Tanzania, you go to Nigeria, those guys, they protected the domestic industry. Even us, we can't even send our poultry to those African countries because they've made sure that no, it's only meant for local people. So they just hit you with 40% so that you don't even dare sending a product there. So it's a policy choice that one has to come from. And unfortunately, ITech, remember, they are there to then take complaints from businesses and then do some investigation. But there is something that can be done from a government perspective because I believe every government, the government department, they have some sort of like economic research or research team that needs to be proactive in looking at these issues of making sure we already know about this. Now let's start then engaging those businesses who are in that space and making sure that when those guys start dumping, once we notice from the monthly data dumping, then we're ready with the application to ITEC to say, South Africa, let's ban those imports from that Brazil. I think those are the kind of things that one could look at. In terms of, you ask about wood product that we exported to China, I've checked that one because I was also interested. I wanted to see. Unfortunately, majority of them, when you look at the breakdown of that export, is the raw material. Hence, I was saying in that slide that we need to promote beneficiation, value addition, and we need to use this Chinese market as a way of boosting our industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zwane. I think a follow-up from Fedasa.
Thank you. I would like to ask an important question with your exports and your imports.
Yes.
With the economic outlook, what is the percentage growth between maritime sea cargo and air cargo? And I'm going to tell you the reason why I asked this question is because in the hospitality sector, when we see an increase in air cargo, it usually signifies that airlines can then sustain routes, which makes it cheaper for passengers then to come in. So it does directly impact us also with our outlook and with our projections.
Just to answer you indirectly, so there are certain sectors like your tourism as well as your maritime and ocean economy where they are not listed under the industry classification code. Such like, for instance, if you want to see maritime contribution to SA GDP, one has to do a quantitative study and use certain models then to gauge in terms of the direct contribution. So in this regard, you won't be able at this time without a detailed study to see in terms of the economic outlook how a percentage increase in terms of air cargo and so forth is going to, alter the economic outlook maybe of the province. One has to do a detailed study because in terms of industry classification from the CTSA, it's not even covered. So maybe going back to trade. So trade is just a summary of the subsectors. You have your restaurant here, you have your hospitalities, as we're saying. But if now we had to, it's easy to then go and say, okay, you have tourism as well under trade. It's easy then to go to that extent. But if you had to quantify it so that you can see the holistic picture, one has to then do some sort of like econometric analysis of that particular subsect. You will then develop scenarios on that.
I think, Hamish, I'll give you the opportunity because I think your question might be connected with the FEDASA question to come in at this point. I saw you, Palesa, and Mr. Namu.
Is it? Thank you, MEC. So very quickly, just to add a supplementary to Mrs. Wani and the question asked by Mandy. So we are seeing growth, 11% growth in cargo year on year. So the air cargo is growing. I think that's, and we intend to grow it very aggressively. But you're 100% right on the linkage. And we mustn't forget this, and it was a point I wanted to make in a room like this of the Economic Council today. It's a real strength KZN has, a real tangible strength, that when an aircraft comes here, we can fill the top and the bottom. And look, it's been a bit of a struggle because, you know, the airline industry itself's been very disrupted in the last 5 to 6 years. But as that disruption eases, I think our competitive strengths will start to come to the fore again. So I think you're absolutely right. Our manufacturing and agricultural base complements our tourism base when it comes to air services. Thanks.
Thank you. Palesa.
Thank you very much. It's actually a suggestion, I think, on the response on the two things that I did raise. I would really like to suggest that as a province, because I know I've got multiple members in multiple industries that are really affected with this thing of cheap imports. We have engaged with ITEC. However, the challenge, MEC, is the political will at a national level. So Ayabonga Kawe, who's the CEO of ITEC, has come down, met with our members, and we've done a couple of applications. We're really struggling there. So maybe if we can look at an approach of just looking at the multiple industries that are being affected here in the province of KZN, and then go as government and business to national to say our jobs are being destroyed by these cheap imports and delays in ensuring that we don't have this erosion into our markets. I think it's one point that I really would like to suggest, and hopefully MEC will lead those discussions. And then the second one, again, the thing with the city of eThekwini, we really need to also take a firm stance to say we don't want the more bloodbath of jobs that is going to be coming, because it's a reality and this is what's going to be happening. And even big businesses are saying we're not going to be making profits, so our profits are going to be minimal. Then what do? We all know where the first cuts will be. So those are very two key important things that I would like to put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I also give Mr. Ngamu, CEO for Trade and Investment, KZN? It's all very well for us to go out and invite business to come and invest here, but once they are here, we are not protecting them.
No, thank you, Honorable MEC Chair, and a good morning or afternoon to all conveners. I just wanted to touch on the element of property rates or municipal rates. I think it was asked by the CEO of the chamber, but we have just completed a desktop study as KZN on the municipal rates landscape within our province, and we still need to share that and just have a deep discussion with COGTA. We completed it now in March. Now, it shows a very much uneven application of municipal rates as a policy, but also how it's applied. It's not consistently applied as a development policy. It's being applied as a policy for revenue generation. And immediately, once your point of departure is from that perspective, you'll find that firstly, there is a very differentiated definition of who is a property developer, how the property developer as a definition is understood across municipalities, different definitions of that. Secondly, because the perspective of the municipal rates is on revenue generation, is not on development perspective, then there are very less rebates or incentives, reductions, and relief. It's more on rebates with less reductions
in when there's a time for reduction, like what Kzn was indicating, Umeshek, there are times where municipalities need to reduce rates to support certain industries, and when those industries are in distress. But their policy directives doesn't speak about that. Even when it comes, in fact, very few of them, close to none of them, are considering relief at a construction phase. Hence, the likes of Dubai Trade Port, the Richards Bay IDZ, are having a leverage in terms of attracting industries because they do provide those reliefs at construction. But outside the SEZs, you'll find that even at construction phase, there's just no relief, we are paying rates. So the high capacitated municipalities like eThekwini, KwaDukuza, King Ceshwa, you will find that they do provide a wide range of relief programs, rebate programs, and some form of incentives. Yet, in other municipalities, you go to Impendle, and some municipalities within Ugu, you go to Nongoma, municipalities Mkanyagute, very, very few relief programs are there. But also, these rebates are not linked to local economic development programs. It's a blanket approach, bigger investor, smaller investor, with LED programs being embedded into the municipal planning programs, yet the property rates regime does not speak to that. We will be having a discussion with COGTA in terms of that because the investors suffer at times. They are existing investors, they want some relief, some reductions they can't get because there's no policy framework for that. New investors come in, as they come in to construct, immediately they are hit by construction levies and so on, back contributions and so on and so on. So there is some work being done around the municipal rates regime within the municipality. Thank you, Honorable MSC.
Mr. Tembe.
Thank you, Chair. This issue of rates, Mr. Ngamu, has been on this table for close to 3 years now. I think there's a reason why you don't see cranes within the eThekwini municipality, which really, by and large, remains an engine of growth because of its economic size for KwaZulu-Natal. It is a disaster that we need to nip in the bud as soonest. Every time we raise this issue as business, we come here, there's some explanation and so on, but no one is giving us a definitive view of at which point are we going to get to a stage where we are not the most expensive municipality in eThekwini. We need to confront that issue. It is frustrating development, it is frustrating investment. We cannot be more expensive than Cape Town, as an example. Period.
My sister over there, I'm sorry, I can't see your name, it's too far.
No problem. Thanks, Chair. My name is Kzn Makanya. I'm from eThekwini Municipality, Economic Development.
You are the right person to speak.
Just reflecting, Mr. Zwane, on your presentation. First of all, thanks for that. It was quite comprehensive. There was just 2 points I'd wanted to highlight, and perhaps not so much of a question, but maybe as commentary and suggestion in terms of inputs going forward, just to empower ourselves a bit more, specifically from a policy economist point of view. So in your initial slides, when you were reflecting on KZN's key sectors and the FDI numbers, I agree with you when you reflected on when we look at foreign direct investment that our emphasis shouldn't always just so much be on the number of projects or the amount, but on metrics like jobs created, which I agree with. And in that slide that you presented, you showed that for the one FDI project in KZN in the months that you covered. Compared to the other provinces that you had, it showed the greatest number of jobs created. And also that those were, I think, chemicals and manufacturing. I wonder if it's possible, if you can reflect on whether or not those number of jobs, acknowledging that, you know, it is a high number, but to also distinguish whether or not those are low, mid, or high level skills jobs. And the reason why I ask is that when we get to that very last slide of yours where you are showing employment numbers of KZN, manufacturing is not one of the, doesn't show the greatest number of employment numbers of our graduates specifically. And also the slide before that, when you were reflecting on unemployment numbers, we see that the number of graduates who are unemployed is also increasing. So my question relates to when we get to that last point you made about skills mismatch, and I believe some of the commentary earlier in the introductions when reflecting on what was covered in the recently held Jobs and Skills Summit. You know, the issue of skills mismatch, how we take forward skills planning is critical. And I think what would be beneficial from a policy economist perspective is that if we can find a way to match the numbers which we are presenting as positive in terms of jobs created, if we can break those down into the level of skills that those jobs are, so that when we look at our unemployment numbers and we see that our biggest sectors in KZN, like manufacturing and so on, they are not the ones who are absorbing or demanding graduates, which by sort of very simple trying to break that down, one would conclude that our largest sectors are perhaps not the ones who are demanding high skills. They're perhaps demanding more low and mid-level skills. I think that would really help us in, you know, getting finer detail when we think about skills mismatch, how we plan for it and how we analyze it. And then also just a final point, also just on the slide of yours, if there's been any thoughts or if you have anything you can share that, you know, both yourselves and others in the room who are, you know, working specifically with employment data and skills data. What is the current thinking in terms of how we should be thinking around not just the picture of what we have in terms of where the skills requirements are, but skills for future jobs? What kind of data should we be starting to interrogate and looking at? I think that's also critical, particularly in this age where we see how digitization, automation, and AI is growing at a very rapid pace. I think rapid in the sense that I have a fear that we do risk falling behind the curve when you look at how other cities and countries are developing in that sense. So when we think about our employment, unemployment numbers, and the skills mismatch commentary that you made as well, I think it would be beneficial if we can also start thinking about skills that we need for jobs for the future. And if you have any preliminary commentary at present about that, in how we, as stakeholders in the province, need to start interrogating that. Thanks.
Mr. Zwane, that's a mouthful.
Yeah, thanks for the suggestions, and definitely, because this kind of data, you don't get it, you have to write to state SA, so we have to get a permission from them to give us this data, so you won't find it on their publication. So what we normally do, so what we have for this kind of data, we do have the skill level in all the sectors that are listed here. It shows in terms of the skill level, as well as even the qualifications that are, if you, for instance, zoom into manufacturing, it's going to show you the 21,000 graduates there within the space, engineering, and so forth. So it's a matter of just, breaking it down and then adding it to this one. I think the other comment on it's just we're going to make sure that on the, maybe in the next step, because with this kind of you can even prepare a report on its own, a separate one, because we have to now break it down so that we have a clear policy direction based on the facts and so forth. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. It can be a good report, especially when you look at to address the issue of skills development mismatch in the province. The FDI slide. So you spoke about where is the slide? Yes, you spoke about the one FDI that we attracted as was Natal, and my argument of saying quality is better than quantity. When you look at the number of jobs, so when an FDI is announced, we should remind ourselves that it's an announcement. So that came in March that a German company is going to put an FDI plant in Durban, and these are approximately the number of jobs that are going to be created. So at this stage, we do not, there's no breakdown of saying at the construction phase, these are the number of skills that will be, required. At the factory space, these are the number of people. But one could do a simple, a simulation of saying if one build a chemical plant, you can benchmark in a chemical plant in terms of skills, how many people we have to look at the tonnage, make a rough estimate, say, okay, if it's a 300-ton plant, how many people that are going to be employed in terms of skills. So one can generalize, but from this data set that we're getting, you do not have an indication. They just tell you these are the number of jobs. But it will be interesting as well to have that. So when it's announced, it's easy then to say, this way announced in 2025, construction is started, then one can go to and do a qualitative research. Then you go to those FDI announced, of which that's another gap of research where when those FDI are announced, no one go and then start checking and say, it was announced, did it happen? We do not know, we just say, no, 2024, 15 FDI projects were announced, but did we do that study to say qualitative and say, yeah, this one didn't happen, this one didn't happen, like the Monmouth one, it was announced and celebrated, but it's not operating. So those are the kind of research that we have to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, interesting as it is, I had to allow space for us to discuss as much as possible because after all we are in Economic Council, so I had to give Mr. Zwane a lot of greeting. Thank you, Mr. Zwane, but we need to proceed and touch on another important matter, economic impact of the FMD on our economy. We touched on this in our remarks. Dr. Fikile Kwabe, item number 8 on our agenda. Is the acting head HOD of Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Over to you. If we could, I know that you want to tell us the whole story, but do so within the least amount of time that we have available, since it's a Friday after all.
Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC Shinga, let me be allowed to stand on the protocol that has been already established. As I have been already introduced, Chair, we are not going to give more of the background in terms of the production side. We are going to focus on the economic impact. Some of the economic impact has been highlighted by Mr. Zwane. However, as a department, we are going to provide also the interventions that we are doing to contain the FMD disease. Honorable Chair, allow me to introduce our agricultural economist, who will be then taking us through on the presentation. That will be Mr. Langa Smile. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Langa.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu bamfundisi. Also greetings to the council, and we really appreciate this opportunity. I think it's a cut-acrossing issue that we are presenting here, especially as it touches even our family, our nutrition, it also even our livelihood, because when one wants to start a family, these are other areas that you will consider. Ukuthola nje inkomo noma iguqa, it's not an easy way, especially with the infection of this disease, FMD. Rightfully, Council will touch on the issue of GDP that as a contribution to our province, but we really appreciate the foundation laid by Umangete, and we'll also highlight issues of job losses, specifically on the dairy industry, because it's where mainly the absorption of employment it's also taking place. On the hind side, the issue of beef, mainly under Amadip, also it's not recognized that much, but there is a huge employment that is also found there, in which it's something that we will expand as we go. But we should emphasize that the issue of FMD it also affects the issue of food security, rightfully as stated by our HOD that it's our mandate as the Department of Agriculture to ensure that we protect at all costs. Issues of international trade status, it's something that we will also touch on. It suffices to indicate, Chair, that though we are contributing close to 2.85, but 17% has impacted in terms of export for the issue of FMD, mainly by the contribution of our province, in which the red meat is the main commodity that has also shown a strong influence. Also, FMD, it's not only hitting the kettles, but also the small stock in the form of lamb or sheep, goats, as well as beef itself. So this disease is also have its strides even over there. Just as a bit of background or history, would like to indicate that this started around 2001, where we were trying by all means to try to circumvent and to fight the disease, but exacerbation around the previous years and this year has shown a significant pressure, especially on the province. About 8 provinces were found to be affected, in which we have even lost our OAE, in which it's an animal health status in terms of being a free status in January 2019. And we must indicate that the agreements thereof from our department side, even on the national department, we have undergone that in terms of trying to lobby the ways to work together to ensure deboning as well as the matured beef, that all those subsectors are being secured. Also, our counterpart at Botswana has also announced the banning of the hoofs selling to their market, and even Swaziland has also even restricted us to sell in their area. We must indicate that further to this, on the commercial level, the farmers are affected in such a way that it has stalled their operational cost in terms of driving and rocketed even their production input. There is about an estimation of 13.1 council billion that has been lost out of this FMD. Mainly, it was due to issue of the death of a lot of cattle, mainly at the beef as well as at the dairy level. We must indicate that at the export level also we have been affected so highly. When it comes to the food basket, it's not only the beef side, also commodities like your cheese, your eggs,
in a form of collaboration of commodities, but mainly full cream and also mince. It's one of the food baskets that have been affected. When you look at on cheese, we had a reduce on prices about 4.43 cents in terms of the change, and we have also been affected when it comes to full cream on the increase to 21 rand when we are looking at the price level. So that affection has ensured that livelihood and the cost of food is becoming more expensive, mainly for the province. Further to this, on the rural level, we must indicate that communal farmers are mostly affected in terms of even the awareness and the technical know-how of how to deal with the disease. You will see even on the social media, some of them were posting saying the government is not playing the part, is not on board. Right about 30% of a drive of supply chain have been affected. The buying panic when it comes to a red meat has also skyrocketed, without even not downplaying the issue of employment. On the dairy level alone, we have lost around to 1,800 jobs that has been contributing mainly from the farms of about 213 dairy farms in the province. So that impact, especially on the job level, has also had a replicate impact in terms of the communities or the households that we are supporting of around about 639 people who are expecting their beneficiation from the subsector industry. So this industry is not only on, as I've indicated, only on the cattle, but also the pigs are also affected with FMD. The lambs are also affected. Even the level of the heifers level are also affected with this disease. One will ask as the province as to what we have done. We must indicate that there is a strong drive in which my counterpart, Dr. Chis, will also have some input that we have impacted in the province. Within the period of 2 months after the release of the vaccination, we have been able to vaccinate about 900 cattle as we speak, which are 900,000, thank you, HOD, 900,000 as we speak, in which was a strong drive within a period of 2 months. Further to this, local production in terms of vaccination also had shown a positive comeback in the markets like Argentina as well as Turkey. As we stand, we must indicate that we have completed about 2.5 in terms of the target on cattle that we have planned for August 2026. So according to the target that we have of 2.5 with 800,000 that we have already vaccinated, we see ourselves being in the good patch. I will allow my counterpart, Dr. Chis, just to take on the socio-economic issues and some recommendations that we think it will assist in terms of fighting FMD and also to assist our incoming farmers.
Over to you, Dr. Chis.
Good morning, MEC, and good morning, colleagues. I'll just take over from there. Just to reiterate what my colleague has said on the issue of vaccination, our estimate for the province is that we have got 2.4 million animals in the province, and our target is to vaccinate at least 80% of that herd. And our understanding is that we're going to deliver herd immunity that should be able to stop the progression of foot and mouth disease in the province. And also we intend to, as one of the measures of controlling foot and mouth, as vaccination is not just the only tool that we can use or should be used, but a movement control that we have struggled with. But our strategy around that is that we are going to individually identify every animal in the province by using a unique ear tag something that we are already doing in the communal cattle. We have taken responsibility to identify all communal cattle as a state. Right now, as you all know, the vaccination campaign is in Zululand. We have finished with Ugu, and we have finished with Harigwala, we have finished with Mukanyakude, and now we're sitting in Zululand. And as Mr. Langa said, that has given us, and this effort is a combined effort between the state. The state is taking responsibility of vaccinating communal cattle, and then the private veterinarians are vaccinating commercial cattle. When you combine the two figures, that's what gives us the 900,000 animals who are vaccinated to date in the past 2 months. And that is making us sit at 40% vaccination coverage. As Mr. Langa said, our target is to reach 80%. We anticipate that in about 3 months, by the end of August, we should have concluded the first round of vaccination and covered every animal, or at least 80% of the animals in the province. And then we'll now move to collaborating with the private sector and to ensure that all animals are correctly identified, and then we'll implement movement control protocols that will call for the assistance of our colleagues in the security cluster, who give them the devices that we'll be using to individually trace animals on the roads, and that should allow us to have an extra impetus in terms of controlling the movement of animals on the highways. Okay, Mr. Lange. Okay, and on the socio-economic drivers of foot and mouth, the government realized that keeping people in poverty by banning movement was becoming more dangerous than the disease itself. This is the dilemma the government finds itself in. Okay, the government is there to ensure that diseases are detected, and once they're detected, they're confined. But at the same time, the government is there to allow businesses to thrive. But those two at times, they conflict one another, because as you allow the business to thrive, you're allowing the disease to escape. Now, that's where we are trying to find an agreement. So the transition to vaccinate-only movement policy is the primary engine for rural economic recovery. By shifting the focus from geographical lockdowns to individual animal immunity, the province can safely open markets and allow farmers to liquidate their living bank assets and restore their livelihoods. Restoring social and cultural cohesion. Cattle are essential for certain cultural practices like lobola and traditional ceremonies. So this will be restored once we do that. Social friction. 5 years of restrictions. As you all know, the outbreak was in 2021, and now we're in 2026. So that's why we're saying 5 years of restrictions delayed marriages, ancestral rights, causing a deep psychological and social stress in communal areas. So the new policy allows a richer movement for vaccinated animals and acknowledging that cultural health are as important as animal health. So when an animal is vaccinated, individually identified, then that animal is allowed to move and it can participate in cultural practices. That is our target by the end of 6 months. So in conclusion, the 2021 FMD outbreak was a wake-up call for South Africa livestock sector. It proved that geographical red lines are no longer sufficient to protect a national economy. For the native farmer or the small-scale farmer, the transition to vaccinate to live strategy is more than a veterinary policy. It is a restoration of human dignity and financial autonomy. By shifting the focus from total lockdowns to individual animal immunity, KwaZulu-Natal is successful in freezing the living bank of the communal setup and ensuring that cattle remain a source of wealth rather than a liability. The vaccine brings health, but the movement permit brings wealth. So let's work together and to open up our markets again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chis. Before I hand it over to my HOD, so the emphasis was that the province is really on the strong move towards the first frontline defense on vaccination, in which is really impacting on the province, and it will ensure that what we have lost in terms of jobs, especially on the dairy as well as the beef, mainly on the rural space, in which it's not mainly accounted for, it will really gain some comebacks.
We must emphasize that further to this, the department has also concluded a review on a livestock strategy in which is on place to look on even beyond as to from here after vaccinating, how can we prevent such instances that they don't happen. So Council, we must indicate that with the confidence we have on the MEC as well as the HOD, there are protocols that are in place so that we'll ensure that the people of the province, in terms of job losses, that is being recovered. There are some annexure documents for further engagement in a form of a strategy, as I've indicated, even a daily report that we send out as to where we have mitigated such infection, which we produce every month through Dr. Chis and the other colleagues. Chairperson, let me really thank you and give to the HOD. Thank you, HOD.
HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we are submitting the presentation to the economic cluster, and also would like to indicate that as a mitigation strategy currently, there are designated abattoir FMD that where our animals can be slaughtered in the meantime. So that that will be our submission, Chairperson, as the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, led by Honorable MEC Umamuka Madlopha-Mthethwa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments? One or two, in case there are any. There is a comment from my sister there and this side. I can't see properly. Please.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nsabeleng Molefe. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to check, because we do have people who are formal and informal in terms of the small-scale farmers, and then you also talk about the issues of communal. I just wanted to check that there are people in communal who are already affected. What is it that you are doing, or what strategies that you have in place in terms of assisting those whom their cattle have already been killed or or killed by this disease? Are there something that you are doing, because you know that they are not formal, and then you can be able to find them in the households? Are you assisting them, or what is happening? Thank you.
Before you respond, can you take the second question from my sister here as well?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Dr. Mashenhlapo from SANCO. Greetings, everyone. I would like to echo my comment on the first and the second report, as both are directly impacting on the issue of economy. This, in analysis, it really tells that we are sitting on a time-ticking bomb. It not only poses the threats on poverty and hunger, but also it shows that as a country, especially the KwaZulu-Natal province, because geographically, when you look at the terrain of the province, it's too ural. The issue of the high rates of unemployment, and also the issue of the jobs that are being set, are the jobs in terms of the domestic investment. I think as this department, there is a need for evaluation of the kind of investment that we as the country as well as the province we attract. Are the business people who are coming in our country, in our province to invest, are they really
investors in terms of the skills or the businesses that cannot be offered by the local people. And also the currency that they gain in country. Is this the money circulating within the country? How much money is being retained in country and how much money is being taken out of the country, recorded and unrecorded? Because if we do not monitor that, if huge currency is being taken out of our country, we'll be always crying like ambulances, crying job crisis, whereas the economy that is being generated within our country is being taken out country. On the second report, the issue of the foot and mouth diseases, it's really scaring because, you know, if you Mr. Ele from Mkanyagote, for you to be called Mr., your crawl have to be full of cackling. But I'm getting worried that the report, it tells of the vaccination, but it's silent on the other issues of awareness, because just ordinary spontaneous farmers there who are not aware of this FMD, they just enjoy themselves, they just entertain themselves and their community with this meat without being aware of what impact can happen after slaughtering all these cows. So we appreciate that there is an intervention that is being done, but I feel that the department also must do more awareness, because when we're talking about the livestock, we're talking about the heartbeat of the nation, especially African people, who knows exactly that for them, in order to live, there must be something on their crawl. Also, there are so many shisanyamas that we entertain ourselves with. How safe are we if we just go there to entertain ourselves? So, in summary and finally, I would like more awareness to be done in regard to the foot and mouth diseases. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That's another mouthful, but a response would be appreciated.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks to the inputs that we are receiving from the House. For the first question, we talk about what is it that as a department we are doing in terms of reimbursement for the farmers that are affected by the FMD. Strategically, the department, what we have done as our daily activities in managing our livestock, the department through the veterinary services have already done the immune system boost to the animal before we get to vaccination, because I think we all aware that if the immune system is low, then you cannot load the antibodies, which will then make the animal to be at risk. So that was the intervention before we started the vaccination processes that we are already in. And then in terms of the reimbursement of the individual cattle for the livestock in their loss, currently there is nothing that the department has providing except for the technical experts in terms of trying to solve, to train them on how to manage the sick animal. And I want to also to indicate to the council that the FMD, it's really not a disease that is it is a manageable disease. If then there will be an awareness, like the latter speaker have said, on how to manage the FMD affected animals. So what it will require, it requires just an animal to have a movement in that particular space and get immune boosting, and the animal will rest and it will be able to recover itself. Then the vaccination is to be added so that it will be preventing for contamination further, because the contamination we are getting from the buffaloes. So with that all in place, we are managing that the livestock that has been affected, it is not dying. The only area that was sensitive, it was the area of the dairy and the area of the feedlots, because those are highly intensive farming systems, which does not allow the opportunity of the animal to be exposed on sun, and also they are not even, getting, they are congested. So what we have done in terms of the strategy to cater for that, we have received a report from the dairy industry that all the animals that from the dairy side has been vaccinated, and that was also communicated to the community in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And with the feedlots, we are not yet finalized the vaccination of the feedlots, but so far we are getting a support in terms of the working relationship between the feedlots and the dairy, between the private veterinary services and the government veterinary services. So we have done that, and we are proud of that as a department. After the declaration of the FMD, we haven't received the guidance from the national whether there will be a reimbursement in terms of, because it has been declared as a disaster. However, there was a submission that the department has made in terms of all of the cost and of all the animals and farmers that has been affected. For the awareness campaigns, Chair, this is our day-to-day activities that the department is doing. We have our e-hailing. Remember, Department of Agriculture is not only dealing with the FMD, we are dealing also with the rabies, we are dealing with the corridor diseases, which are mostly critical than the FMD, because there are no clinical signs that you can even ever observe when the animal is affected. So each and every time there are awareness campaigns as part of our APP of all the diseases that are under control of the government. There are e-hailing when we are vaccinating. We are also go out, and in our local offices there are pamphlets that are also guiding, and we also go up to a level whereby we have benchmark in terms of bleeding of blood before we vaccinated our animals and after, so that we will be seeing if efficacy of the vaccine before and after, and also see if there will be a need for us to boost in that particular animals. Remember that the animals are also have got different breeds. So those are the things that we are currently doing. Dr. Chase here is an epidemiologist who is also running those analyses. And what I would also report to the council is that one of our alerting lab has been also identified as one of the lab that will be also participating in terms of doing analysis. So together with the University of Pretoria, we have set apart the team that has been undergoing a training in terms of that, so that they speed up in terms of turnaround time in the response of efficiency of the disease before and after. Then we will be able to communicate. So now and again, the Honorable MEC is on the media, and we are communicating media statement in terms of where are we as a department with regard to the FMD. I will encourage the members of the council that they also look up themselves on that. We also in the slot media slot like Ukhozi and other community radio station, where we are also engaging ourselves there. We also go engage stakeholders in a setup like this, so that we also provide progress in terms of what we are doing as a department. And to also try not to go back to where we were, and to improve as we are going to gain momentum in terms of the livestock production. We have also incorporated the ICT, as Dr. Chisi has indicated, the digital tags that are going to be able to be scanned, and that will also reflect who's the owner of that livestock and was it vaccinated or not. And also it will also assist in terms of theft control. So with all those measures, it makes the province of KwaZulu-Natal to be we are comfortable to say we are going to make sure that containment of the disease is not going to be out of hand. It is under control. We just have increased the number of personnel by 60. AHT has been employed to add to the 20 team that we have. We have expanded now to 35 teams. And then now we are no longer going to go into a district as one team. So we are going to make sure that when we go to the district, we go as a two group or two teams that are going to be make sure that we vaccinate faster. And that is going also to reduce the time that is going to be prolonged while we are facing animals for them to gain its own immune system in their bodies. So once we are done, of which we are looking at 80% that to be done within the period of 6 months, then we will be able now to have, with the analysis from the epidemiology lab, will be then look at whether it is necessary for us to go and do the boosting or not. I think, Chairperson, it could be a lot that we can explain. We also have managed to boost e-mobility in terms of the fleet. There is a fleet that has been added, which is also going to support the new cohort that has been employed to assist in terms to contain the virus. So, Chair, with more any other information, we are available in our website, and we are available also in our local offices, our veterinary AHT and veterinary doctors. They are 24/7 available as we are on a declared FMD status. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting HOD. We would really encourage members who are concerned about the spread of FMD and measures to contain it to educate themselves by availing themselves of those contacts so that they get the details of where we are. May I thank the team from DAD that provided this valuable presentation. We now move to the next one. Fiber cables by Dr. Bongos Lamini. We will, in the next presentations, try to gallop in the interest of time because we started an hour late, and so we are running almost 2 hours behind. And there are people waiting on the virtual platform to also address us on the next slot of the presentation.
Greetings to you, Honorable MSc, the chairperson of the sitting,
amakhosi asendlunkulu.
Maybe while we are doing that, I've received numerous requests that if the ECON could be attended to by the Secretariat to improve its capacity. Thank you. Dr. Dlamini, I'm sorry to
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Greeting to yourself, Honorable MEC, as the chair of the sitting, amakhosi asendlunkulu. Honorable MECs who are here, DG, HODs, and colleagues. Our presentation just talks to what we do as the department in respect to the seashore leases in the province. We are talking about an activity that we, as a province, we were given the responsibility by the National Department of Environmental Affairs in '95 as a coastal province to run with this activity, where we then give an authorization or an approval in terms of utilizing our seashore in the province in terms of the cables connection. Then when we look at this, our presentation, we are not going to be long, MEC, because the presentation is available. Why this matters, we are saying as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have then become a strategic infrastructure corridor when it comes to the issue of cables connection or optic fiber. And then we are also competing with other provinces, including the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, meaning that it is important that whatever that we charge in terms of our lease it equates with other provinces are actually doing. I need to indicate, Honorable MEC, that as a province, in the past, when it comes to this activity, we used to charge around 40,000 maybe per year as a lease. But after we conducted a study, we then established that internationally or in other markets, we had to then put ourselves on par with other international countries when it comes to seashore leases. Now, as we speak, we are now charging around millions in a year, and we give our people who come to our province for these leases a maximum of 25 years leasing our seashores. In terms of the legislative mandate, members of this council, the Seashore Lease Act mandate us to run with this activity. But I need to indicate that when it comes to the authorization part, in cases where there is an environmental authorization to be issued, that responsibility falls within the responsibility of the DFFE, which is the Department of Forest, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs. But then our MEC or our executive in the province then remains responsible in terms of the seashore leases that we do as a province, which then is then driven by the committee appointed by the HOD within the department. It means as ETIA, we are then administering the seashore leases on behalf of this province of KwaZulu-Natal. But the area where we are responsible in terms of dealing with this activity, it only extends from high water mark to 12 nautical miles offshore. It means our territorial waters. You can see that in that the color we use, the yellow line, that blue area, that's an area where we are issuing these shore leases. We don't go beyond that area. As I've indicated, Honorable MEC and Council, when we talk about the seashore leases, we're talking about the area that we approve for the use of the sea. It means that's our seashore area. It applies to submarine cables. It also applies to the pipes, which are the pipeline, which are then
use by certain industries in terms of the discharge into our seashores. These are the existing seashores we have in the province. About 4 is only cables, and then 2 we have, I think, these are the pipelines. One of the pipelines, which is not far from us, is the SAPI one, which is SAPI Cycle, that's the SAPI pipeline, where then they discharge into the ocean. But the discharge part of it is not authorized by this department or ETIA. It is a responsibility of the DFFE. As I've indicated, this department, in as much as we are partly responsible for coastal areas, but when it comes to seashore leases, we are only responsible in terms of issuing or ensuring that those leases are being signed and the leases are in accordance with the prescript or the law prescript we have in terms of the Seashore Lease Act. The current ones, Honorable Chair and members, that we are now busy with in the province, there is a T3 with a cable in Amazimtoti, and also we have realized that there is a high demand in terms of the cable landing infrastructure, which continues to increase within our province. What we picked up in the past, members, is that there is an interest in Amanzimtoti and also Mtunzini. Those are the areas that seems to be having a growing an interest or attracting interest from the proponents coming to the province. The Mtunzini one, that's the Mtunzini fiber optic station. This one also plays a key role because it supports an international communication and data transfer within the province, and it forms part of the strategic national and international infrastructure in the province. As I have said, that Amanzimtoti has become the key focal point in KZN with 3 cables which were laid in the past. In terms of the revenue that we have generated, that we are forecasting, members, is that for all these fibers we have, in the next 25 years, this province will generate not less than 3 billion out of this. Currently, this financial year, the one that we're dealing with, we are looking at generating 18.6 million, which will be an annual. But when we are saying we're adding 10% on a year-on-year basis going forward, it means there is a key role that is being played by this particular type of an investment. But it's important that we are competitive when we're dealing with this as a province. In terms of the institutional arrangement, when we're running with this project, it is within ETIA, run by the environmental management within ETIA, and because this requires certain special skills, hence then we need legal people or colleagues to provide support on this in terms of drafting and legal review of the agreements, finance, in terms of ensuring that we are able to collect these monies from, or these monies owed, or managing the entire revenue in terms of this exercise. And we also need some colleagues from other entities outside of ETIA, like our entities, in terms of assisting, because when it comes to some calculation, they do all other things, there is some specialties that is required to run with this funds. It means, even though it's within ETIA, but we are working with other stakeholders in terms of ensuring that it becomes a success and it becomes efficient. There are some few challenges that we have identified, like we are realizing that there is an increasing of complexity and volume of submarine cables that are coming to the province, and then it demands that multidisciplinary engagement in terms of dealing with this. And then it demands that at least we need to have an official that is appointed to deal with this, because this is a huge investment that is coming to our province. Yes, we are saying, honourable members, that we do see that there are strategic opportunities that we derive from this project as a province. Hence, then we are trying by all means to ensure that that becomes a success. Yes, there are some challenges here and there where some of us members will feel that it's proper that this exercise is then being undertaken by honourable MEC, which is then against the law that that governs the seashore leases. As a result of that, it's like we are experiencing some delays, but we are appealing to all members to understand that in terms of authorizing part, that is DFFE, can we then imagine a situation where our MEC will then be the one then authorizing, who then will then become an appeals authority in cases where we have appeals? The way forward for us as ETIA is to run with this efficiently as a unit that is tasked with responsibility, and also to formalize it in such a way that we have a standing maybe SOPs in place that will ensure that there are no glitches, more especially when we are supposed to be reporting in terms of the collection of the monies that are supposed to be paid to the province. And we must say, members, that when it's come to the money's collection, unfortunately, the money goes to Treasury. And one will then maybe have an interest to say, then how then do we account in terms of jobs creation? Because the money goes to Treasury, yes, but we manage this, but there's nothing that we get. There is not even a benefit to say, ETA, we are running with fellow activity, generating so much money, and we always feeling the pinch that we are like any other colleagues. But we are working so hard as ETA to ensure that this money is being collected by Treasury. And one would want to see maybe going forward having some kind of ring fencing to ensure that we are able to account even when it comes to job creation arising from this exercise. Conclusion, what we're saying, our seashore leases are a strategic economic and infrastructure governance instrument, and the submarine cable systems are increasingly important for our provincial development. And we are also saying effective governance will support economic growth and investment and connectivity in the province. Is what we are recommending to the members that they note this presentation, and we commit that if we also invited, we'll come and present maybe detailed in terms of how much each project or a seashore lease that have in the past have generated, even in reference to the jobs that have been created. Honorable Chairperson and members, I thank you. My apologies for taking longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini, for making us wiser to understand that we have a responsibility for our coastline in terms of fiber optics and leases. Is there anyone who is itching to ask a question or two? Mr. Tembe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini. Well done on the presentation. I had an opportunity to be part of the team in 2000 that was working with France Telecom Marine, looking at the maintenance of this fiber optic cable. But what has happened since, obviously it's been operating now for 20 years plus, we haven't seen much opportunities flowing down to the local business people. Could you please articulate the opportunities as you see it for the local business community?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umar Parak.
Maybe before you respond, there is another additional question so that you take them as
Thank you so much, MEC. It's very aligned to Mr. Temba's question. So we at Dubai, we've also now just signed a lease, and it's actually in construction of the Amazon Kuiper satellite project. So that, you know, the competitor to Elon Musk's Starlink. And there's 3 bases, and one of them's in Durban. So why I'm saying that is there's now collective, extremely powerful accessibility environment created in KZN, more than any other province by a long way. So it's to Mr. Tembe's point is, this has got to open up now in KZN a wide range. Now we're getting a lot of inquiries around data centers. I'd say that much, both AI, which is quite different, and normal data centers. So I think we're all collectively experiencing the same thing, and I'm wondering whether we don't need to be working a little bit closely together, because we could be working aside from each other. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson MEC. My name is Umar Parak. I'm with the Coastal Management Unit at the KZN Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. So specifically in terms of the opportunities, and I think it aligns directly to actually what the State President was saying yesterday in response to the questions by Parliament, where there was a direct admission, and I'm actually paraphrasing the State President, where he stated that labor and the labor-intensive and financial services investments in South Africa are yielding a greater turnover of jobs relative to renewable energy and data centers. So when we're talking about the financial services sector, we are looking at almost 4,000 jobs created as a result of a 1 billion rand type of investment, whereas in relation to renewable energy and data centers, including AI, they gravitate between, and don't be shocked by the number here, between 15 and 250 jobs per 1 billion rand worth of investment. So it's something that we need to be quite mindful of in terms of, one, where we are seeing FDI-related investment in KZN, that doesn't necessarily translate into the jobs that we believe might be derived from these types of sectors. I think increasingly one of the concerns and challenges is that KZN is being targeted as a great investment opportunity for these AI data centers. But I think we actually need to take a step back by actually asking, where is the investment coming from? Why is the investment not being made directly in those countries themselves? And if you dig deeper into AI, you'll find it heavily draws on the need for available water, the need for available electricity. So I think it's important that we just need to be quite mindful, and certainly we need to draw in a broader think tank within KZN, where when we do get these investment opportunities, the question that we always need to fall back on, how does this translate for the beneficiation of our local population? Coming back to the issue of seashore leases per se, when we negotiate rental with the relevant applicants, and I want to acknowledge, Chairperson, the role that Ms. Pupuma has playing, specifically in terms of transitioning KZN to be a global player, whereby we are now charging market-related rental in KZN relative to the Crown Estate, for example, in the UK. It was a bit of a fight, but we've got there, and we now, in fact, banging on par. But I think one of the challenges that we have faced is that when we negotiate rental, we provide 4 options to an applicant. One is a financial specific option, pay an X amount of rental per annum. The other is to perhaps pay a lower amount of rental and to provide a certain number of data centers, or in fact high towers within the province. A third option could be to create an increasing number of Wi-Fi hotspots within the province. And almost in all of the cases, the applicant is gravitating towards paying the amount and not looking at a number of data centers or, in fact, Wi-Fi hotspots. And I think as part of this council and perhaps as part of our seashore leases task team, it's something that we perhaps need to drill down on in terms of what is the reason why they are choosing that option, perhaps like relative to the other options which do have a greater socio-economic flavor to it. And that maybe the barriers of entry are actually quite difficult. In all admission MEC, the province is currently challenged in terms of getting these parties to actually pay their rental on an annual basis. So if collecting money is quite difficult, one can only imagine how much more difficult ensuring compliance and enforcement to building a data center or to roll out a certain number of Wi-Fi hotspots per se. So I certainly embrace what my colleague Hamish is saying. I think it's something that we perhaps need to fine-tune as KZN specifically, and given the fact of the expectation that there's a certain number of jobs that are meant to be created, we perhaps need to see how we can get increasing opportunities, perhaps maybe not directly from a lease, but perhaps downstream. And I think increasingly an opportunity from our side that over a 25-year period, as my colleague has stated, there's 2 to 3 billion rand that we would have generated as a province from seashore leases, but that revenue is not ring-fenced. It goes directly to the treasury. And maybe if we are not able directly to get these applicants to create these opportunities for us, at least there's an opportunity that should be provided as a result of the rental that is being generated, that we as province apply our minds and see what is it that we can do from hopefully these funds that are in fact hopefully going to be in ring fence going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have been made to, there is an additional question from my sister there.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm sorry, Chairperson, too. But I think maybe because the presenters are indicating that it's something which is ring-fenced, I think it's to change the policy. That is how maybe those who are leasing or renting can be able to give back to the community as everything is going to Treasury. So I think maybe if there can be the policy changes, and then maybe KZN can benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you covered, Dr. Lamini and Tim?
Honorable Chair, we are covered and comment is noted, and we'll drive that with the technical task team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My co-convener of business sector, Mr. Tembe, has requested to be relieved, and is going to be replaced by Mr. Paul Ngema on the table here. So when you see the changes, that is what is happening. May I let us give an applaud Dr. Dlamini and Tim for the presentation and for making us wiser. The next presentation is going to be done by Mr. Claude Mutli, and the other input is going to come virtually from Mr. Joseph Zinona from TTIC, I suspect. It deals with potential export opportunities for product and market diversification for KZN. And then Mr. Joseph Sinona is going to focus on national export priorities, market selection and leveraging trade agreements aligned to the proposed global export strategy. In terms of presentations, this is the last part one before we come to the end of our formal presentations. The rest will be notices leading to closure. Over to you, Mr. Motley.
Very good afternoon to you, Reverend Musa Zandi, and also acknowledge your co-conveners in terms of the Executive Council. I also acknowledge in presence all the other MECs, HODs, CEOs, members of the Executive Council, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to present to you our input in terms of trade opportunities for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Chair, this is, as you mentioned, it is a two-part presentation. So my part will really cover our export opportunities, but really describing the tool that we use. It's a market intelligence tool that we use to decipher where are the opportunities and which markets do we need to go to. So I'll spend some time on that. My presentation will also then look at it from a global point of view, and then we'll also then zoom into Africa. What are the opportunities in Africa as well? I think that will give some good context in terms of opportunities. In terms of the following presentation, which will come from Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, they will focus on the export opportunities from a national point of view, really talking about the butterfly strategy. I think Mr. Sinona will actually go into detail there. He will talk about product diversification, market diversification, and interestingly, the issue of value addition in terms of what we need to look at in terms of value addition for exports as well. Okay, so let me just cover the elements that I will go through. We'll talk about what is the decision support model, or our actual market intelligence tool that we use. We'll go through a very practical case study, and this is something that we unpack how we support companies, individual companies, to access markets based on opportunities that we've found or analyzed for them. We look at the exports export opportunities from a global point of view, and then focus on the Africa context, and then look at what are some of the takeaways. Firstly, when we engage with exporters, some of the very important things that they grapple with is, where are the opportunities? I mean, if you look at Africa, 54, 55 countries, where in Africa do we go, how big are these markets, in terms of US dollars or rand value? Who are the competitors that play in that market? Right? And then what are the economic issues within that country from a point of view of barriers to trade? Is the market growing? Is it in recession? And so on. So these are very important decisions for them to then make an informed decision as to whether to invest in that country. Remember, to open up a market, you've got to either go through via a trade mission or an exhibition or on your own, and that is very costly. It's anything from 50,000 Rand to 150,000 Rand per company to participate in a trade exhibition. So it's quite a costly element. It also then takes you possibly 2 to 3 years to develop that market, to establish your route to entry into that market, whether you're going to deal with train stores, whether you're going to be dealing with distributors or agents. So it can be a complex, but it's quite an extensive exercise and a costly exercise. So companies need to be able to bet very smartly. They need to choose the right countries to focus on. Is it meaningful from a point of value? And I think this is what this market intelligence tool has helped us to do. So basically, what this tool focuses on is, how big is the market? What is the potential in terms of how much can we trade into that market? Is the market growing, or is it going? Is it in a decline? What are the logistics to enter into that market? So it talks about market entry. It talks about competitors. So you need to know who you're competing with. I mean, are you boxing with Mr. Mike Tyson, or is it somebody that's still a novice? So the point is that you've got to be able to know who's your competitors, and in terms of the tariffs as well. So this tool is actually being developed by the Northwest University. We've actually developed with them in certain areas to make sure that the tool becomes now a report base that we can then hand over to companies. It comes out in quite an extensive report, and if you see on the right-hand side, there's just some slides on how detailed this report's gone. But we have three main areas that we can utilize this tool. One is to identify products for specific, or markets for specific products. So if we've got a product and we understand what the harmonized standard code or the specification code for that product, we can decipher where in the world that product can actually sell and how big that market is. So that's the one, it's a product report. The secondly, we can design, if we want to go into, let's say we're doing a trade mission to a particular country, we need to know what are the products or which delegation we need to take with us because of products that are selling in that market. We are then able to see what are the most tradable products into that market from KZN or from South Africa. And then the third element is, if we talk about a region, if we talk about either a trading bloc or like SACU or SADC, what are the products that we are able to trade in terms of that? And that helps us in terms of hosting inward delegations and so on, and to look at matchmaking the right companies with those delegates. Just to simplify it, this market intelligence tool can be looked at as a fish finder, So if you look at a fish finder, it tells you where the fish are basically, congregated, and you basically are able to then focus on that, But this tool actually now not only tells you where the fish are, it tells you how big the fish are, it tells you what baits they're biting on, and it tells you who are other people that are fishing in the same area, and that's very important in terms of making informed decisions about your strategy. It doesn't guarantee you that you're going to catch a fish, and that's the important thing. What guarantees you that you catch the fish is the other elements. Is your bait right? Is your product or service suitable for the market? Is your production facility scalable? Does it meet international standards in terms of quality assurance and so on? Are your staff trained and capable to be able to match orders and so on? So those are the areas that we as trade and investment and other shareholders or stakeholders support companies so that they are competitive when they're able to look at this opportunity and how they can convert these opportunities to real sellable orders. This is a practical example of a company that we've supported, and I'm sure if you go to the local chain stores, you'll find these products on the shelf. So this company was looking at expanding their market into the GCC or Middle East countries, and we did some form of analysis for them. They managed then to identify possibly 3 or 4 markets. That gave them the confidence then to invest in this market, because we saw the size of the market. It came up at about $61 million in value. Hence the companies then said, okay, fine, I can now invest in certification, whether it's halal certification for that market, or whether it was to upgrade the packaging, as well as to then take on trade events, either in exhibitions like Gulf Foods or outward selling missions into Saudi. So those were investments that were made by this company, and successfully they managed to actually export into this market. So that's the power of actually doing very focused research in terms of identifying the opportunity and then converting that opportunity into what is called a trade or concluded sale. This is really just a global overview of opportunities that we've identified. There's close to 6,779 opportunities that we've identified. So that is at a HS6 code level. Total value is about 816 billion rand. So that's a lot. And if we had to go through each of them, it'll be a long session that we have to have. So what we've done is we've just done a summary of our findings. We can share the detailed Excel spreadsheets which show you each of the opportunities for each of the country, broken down to the HS code, HA6. And I think that could be good information as well to share. So this is just an overall opportunity, but you can see Europe, Western Europe, where we're talking about the countries like Netherlands, Germany, France, and so on. That seems to be one of the biggest opportunities in terms of rand value, 189 billion, and in total of 655 opportunities there. And then if you look at the right-hand side of the graph, those bars, that just gives you an overview of some of the products. And they are in categories. So you see basic non-ferrous metals, motor vehicle components, other mining-related products, pulp and paper came up as well, and so on. But we can really go down into the HS6 where you can say, okay, if you're talking about motor vehicle components, what components? Is it components that go into the engine? Is it components that go into the manufacture of the seats? So we can break that down to identify the specific opportunity. But that conversation we can have with companies that are interested in that type of information as well. A similar exercise we did for Africa, and I think in terms of Africa, if you look at the opportunities, it came up at about 28 billion. So it's not as much as what the rest of the globe is. So we got to trade very cautiously in terms of how we focus on Africa as well. And I think that opportunity is going to grow as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement becomes fully established. Remember, we are still in the implementation phase. We're still in the phase where countries are coming board in terms of what products to put under zero rating. I think at the moment there's only about 13 countries on Africa that are trading under the AFCFTA. We've got around another 10 years for the rest of the countries to come on board. And I think that becomes a great opportunity, and we'll see that 28 billion rand expanding to possibly more than 100 billion in the near future. A little bit more detail in terms of some of the countries that we need to start focusing on. Remember, these are untapped opportunities. It doesn't talk about what we're currently trading. So we're trading a lot into SACU, which is our Common Customs Union. We're trading a lot into SADC as well. But these are untapped opportunities. We're not doing a lot of business into North Africa. So countries that have come up as great opportunities for us are like Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, Ghana as well. Fortunately, we have started to make some headway into those countries. We've participated in the Inter-Africa Trade Fair in both Algeria and Egypt as well. Last year, we even took a delegation out to Ghana as well in terms of trying to look at opportunities there as well. So in closing, and this is before my colleague comes on board, the market intelligence tool that we have really helps us to identify missions where we are able to focus our resources. So where are the best opportunities, where are the best markets that we need to go to, and this is what the strategy helps us. That actually informs our calendar of events in terms of development support and in terms of market access initiatives. We also are able to support companies in terms of the individual product code to look at what is it and where do you need to go in terms of your product. And then assist them in terms of their export marketing plan, which covers also barriers to entry, issues of how you need to overcome certain obstacles so that you're able to trade into those markets. Most of these opportunities we do share on our export platform. We've got an export portal, and you're able to see from a country point of view. If you go to the trading country tab, and you click on any of the countries, you'd be able to pick up the export opportunities per country. So we have loaded that up as really as a teaser for companies to then want to engage with us. So it's really at a high level. So if you really want to you want to engage with us further in terms of the actual opportunity and further research, then we are available to actually take that into a discussion. And then, we also have from time to time a number of seminars that focus on sharing of this information. I think one of the seminars coming up now on the 27th and 28th of May focuses on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, but really we're targeting the bigger businesses because there are certain technical issues that we need to resolve with them as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's my part of the presentation. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Joseph Sonono, who will take us through the butterfly strategy. Thank you.
Can we improve the volume so that we can have the full advantage of the contribution by Mr. Sinona? Welcome, Mr. Sinona, while they are trying to improve the volume on our side. Take us through the national export priorities to complement the potential export opportunities for the KZN province. Over to you, sir.
Hi, Joseph. I can share from my side. Thank you.
You need to check your settings on the laptop.
It's this one.
What is this? Is it? What is it?
It's presenting from this side.
No, I mean, is it meetings or it's Zoom?
MS
You need
Teams.
to check the Zoom settings. Because it's really good to sound the call.
It's like that.
Akazwakala.
rated on 100% of their tariff line. That simply means that even from raw material all the way to high value added products, we will be able to export to that market at 0%. But again, what we always have to bear in mind is whether or not actually we can take up that particular opportunity. And I'm saying this because there was one study that was done, I think about 3-4 years ago, that if South Africa was to direct all its exports to China, it would be able to increase its export revenue quite significantly and would not require any other market to export to. But of course, it was just to drive the point home that the demand in China is so high that any country that has a first priority at that market and is able to fully capitalize on it with products that can compete at high scale is likely to see a greater returns on it as well. Mr. Lord, maybe we can go to the next slide. Yeah, I think I will stop here. Perhaps maybe invite my colleague, Mr. Luke, because he did champion this strategy, if he wants to make a few remarks.
Is your colleague?
Thank you, Chair. Suffice to say, all protocol observed. Maybe perhaps just to supplement what Mr. Sinona has presented is that the global export strategy, or actually the butterfly strategy, is but a component of the butterfly strategy. And the butterfly strategy, as he had alluded to, is expanding the trade and cooperation, which will obviously advance our regional alliances through the improved utilization of the trade agreements. I think as reflected there on that particular slide, it's still up from 85% to 90%. But it's also the identification of markets and the expansion of trade initiatives into regions such as Asia, ASEAN, and Turkey. Maybe just to highlight some of the the potential opportunities and our approach to some of the existing agreements as well, because I think it's important for our exporter community to take cognizance of some of these opportunities. I think that Mr. Moodley, having presented the DSM, highlights some of the opportunities, the realistic export opportunities, but the trade agreements that are currently in place actually reinforces some of these opportunities. And I think that currently with the EU and the UK, there's a need to move to over 90% utilization, and we need to leverage the reviews that we negotiate with the EU and the UK to obviously expand our market access for specific goods and services, particularly of our own export interests. So it's mainly agricultural and some of the green products as well at this point. But looking at the EFTA-SACU agreement, there's duty-free access for industrial products, which certainly bodes well for opportunities for market access, including the agricultural sector. However, it should be noted that the EFTA would want market access into our own industrial sector in exchange for some of the agricultural market access. In terms of SACU and SADC, there is a move to resolve some of the non-implementation issues. Obviously, through retaliation. I think there was a presenter that spoke extensively about Botswana and Zim and perhaps to extend that into Namibia and Tanzania and Mozambique as well. I think the issue about the AFCFTA has also been spoken about extensively, And at this point in time, it's about the implementation and the conclusion of outstanding negotiations, as well as retaliation in the context of non-implementation. I think the earlier presenter also spoke about Brazil and the Mercosur agreement. Certainly, exposure to this particular agreement, there's a need to increase our utilization as well. Likewise, with there's underutilization in terms of the EU and the UK. But there's also what's called the GSP agreement, which is between Norway, Switzerland, and Russia. And in fact, the US and Japan have granted unilateral preference access, which creates exposure for us to improve our utilization. I think we do realize that the US reciprocal tariffs is a challenge, and we can talk about those. But I think more importantly is the diversification of the markets, which is where we certainly would want some of our companies to move into. And of course, we engage TIKZN extensively on some of these issues, and maybe just to highlight a few of them. Certainly, Asia has extensive productive capacity. The key priority is, of course, to attract FDI into South Africa's our labor-intensive sectors, and to advance an investment-led trade strategy. So our exports are mainly commodities and primary products. So we need to look at opportunities to export more value addition, and therefore, the investment-led strategy. Other than Asia, India also, of course, mineral resources tend to dominate our export basket. And so, and currently we're seeing, the closer relationship between India and Russia, where they're sourcing from Russia. But in terms of SACU and India, there's a commitment to negotiate a preferential trade agreement, which has been difficult to progress due to India requesting a list that covers some of our sensitive sectors. There is engagement, of course, at a bilateral level with companies in the automotive sector, in the battery manufacturing sector, your steel sector, your energy sector, more recently the railway sector as well, including railway building and maintaining as well. And then, of course, the ASEAN region is also an area that holds significant interest. The Middle East, I think, is certainly a priority to look at the possibility of signing bilateral investment treaties with the Gulf states. Saudi certainly, is a priority in terms of establishing. We have established actually the SA Saudi Joint Investment Committee, and there's obviously a need to create an investment facility looking at an exploration fund. If we look at the issues around our resource endowment, but there's also the trade diversification where Saudi procurement of South African manufactured products have been indicated. The Business Council has in fact identified a number of business opportunities and challenges. In fact, the earlier speaker spoke about our meat exports, and there's also at this point, at this juncture, a need for the approval of abattoirs for our meat exports. And we also, our trade negotiators are currently also talking about the lifting of the poultry ban. But certainly there's also a need to look at cooperation in the energy sector as well. I think the point was belabored about our BRICS relationships, and particularly the fact that we need to reinstate some of our GSP preferences in that area. I think those are some of the areas that I'd like to just highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Back to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you for such an important presentation. It's a pity that it came towards the end of our council meeting, because it touches on how we could grow our economy, the areas. Certainly we would need to revisit this particular presentation, maybe focus on it so that we can actually attune our aspirant entrants into the economy so that they can see the opportunities that exist not only in this country but across the other international markets, which our departments that are responsible for negotiating these trade agreements have worked hard to open opportunities for locals. I think the challenge here is how do we bring it closer to ordinary people on the ground. I think at this point in time, it's information, it begins there to make them aware of what is available. For example, a lot of our business people who are stuck to inside South Africa, I hear a lot of opportunities from which they could capitalize and take advantage of the opportunities and grow. I don't know if there are any other interventions or questions. Mr. Mkhize?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think in the kind of challenges faced by our economy, this becomes very one of the very important engagement, the issue of export promotion, and also increasing the capacity of our African companies to compete at that level. It's one of the very important issues, Chair, and I fully concur with you that unfortunately it's taking place at this time, and I fully agree that it's very much important that we must try to allocate enough time for this engagement. We have been always, because the matter that you are raising, the profiling and promotion of our grassroots to export competition is one of the very important matters in addressing the challenges that our economy is facing. We have always said that we must improve what you call the consciousness of our local businesses, our SMMEs, on the opportunities to compete at that space. You may find that we've got a lot of potential in our province that is actually needed in the other part of the globe, but they don't know that South Africa has that potential. So in terms of marketing and profiling our business to be able to compete at that space, I think we need to deepen on that. I know, Claude, you have reflected, and your colleagues, CEO that Kzn is actually doing something. I think it's very much important that we take it down, Chair, because it's not everyone that will go to the Kzn website and see that if I'm doing this, whatever I'm doing, I also have an opportunity. Who are exposed to other opportunities in other parts of the globe. And I think that's the work, Chair, that we need to strengthen, especially in this kind of the economy that we are facing. So maybe in the near future, let us just be practical and say, these are the companies that have been able to benefit on our export promotion. And these are specific opportunities that we have on export promotion, so that whoever has companies that are actually operating in that space, they do understand what kind of opportunities that they are facing. We are in appreciating the presentation, but I think we need to strengthen on those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkiza, for that intervention. I think, Claude, I must thank you for the input together with your colleagues, led by Mr. Joseph Senona. Don't refuse when we call upon you next time and want to focus particularly on this particular area and inviting relevant role players who should be benefiting from this kind of information, so that there is a possibility, so that they could be workshopped on it as to how they could take advantage of the butterfly strategy, the global export strategy, and so on. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Chair, and we look forward to engaging further. I think we definitely have an opportunity to take those opportunities and make it a reality. And I think through further engagements with with this council, I think we can achieve a lot. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Colleagues, we come now to item number 11, which project management is going to lead us on the Jobs and Skills Summit resolutions and proposed implementation plan.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again for the opportunity to present. I think I need to mention this. As I was coming through to present, certain colleagues were saying, please table it for noting, because we can see that you have not finished it. It's still at a high level. But, Chairperson, what I will do is definitely table it for noting. I will quickly just look at the narrative report and not necessarily the presentation, because the presentation is really a high-level summary, and the detail is in the narrative report. However, I won't go through the background. I think the majority of us were present at the Jobs and Skills Summit, and further, I think a lot has already been said with respect to the Jobs and Skills Summit. So maybe I would like to, with your permission, Chair, start on number 12 of the report that basically speaks to the specific resolutions that emanated from the breakaway streams. And those streams were fourfold, which was the industry-specific employment strategies, your sustainable development and green jobs, your skills training and workforce development, as well as naturally a job retention plan for the province. So those were really the focal areas. I think I'm so used to a touch screen. I think the convener of Labour spoke to issues around reviving the work streams and ensuring alignment of these resolutions to those work streams. Certainly, Chair and members, that is the intention. The intention is to revive the sector work streams, ensure that we also update the membership to those work streams, so that it is not only inclusive, but it is broader than the current the current membership. And then we would also want to onboard the KZN Inclusive Growth KZN Inclusive Growth Strategy, the recently developed strategy, as well as these resolutions. So in that regard, on Industry Stream 1, for instance, we have already identified the fact that it would belong to the work stream, the clothing and textile, footwear and leather, mining and beneficiation, tourism, as well as infrastructure work streams, because a lot of the resolutions emanating from the Jobs and Skills Summit were centered around these particular sectors. With respect to sustainable development and green jobs, we will onboard the majority of the resolutions within the industry development, oceans economy and maritime, as well as agribusiness and agro-processing work streams, because these were the ones that were identified. I won't really go into the social partner commitments, as these are going to also be unpacked a little bit further in the final document that will be presented for approval. With respect to skills training and workforce development, these will find resonance in the 4IR ICT innovation workstream, as well as health, innovation, and manufacturing. And I assume because of their futuristic nature in terms of the required future skills. And then the job retention plan, naturally will be then incorporated under the trade and investment as well as industry development work streams. In terms of the resolutions at a high level, basically from the first work stream, the first resolution was around driving sector-based employment growth and industrial expansion, whereby there were recommendations around incentives and economic stimulus measures. We have begun to identify some of the lead institutions. However, when we do the sector bilaterals with the various constituencies, we'll then look at any other responsibility partners as well as the time frames. As indicated, Chair, this was just a high level that we thought that we needed to bring it to the Council. So the other recommendation that came out of intervention one were issues around policy alignment, governance and implementation, issues around women economic empowerment, as well as agriculture, rural development, and agro-processing, and thus the inclusion within those work streams that you saw prior. The issues of public procurement and government intervention were also raised under this particular intervention, as well as digital economy, innovation, and future skills. Tourism heritage and the creative and cultural economy as well was a key focus. Chair, I don't know, okay. As well as enterprise development and SMME support, and of course youth unemployment and labor market inclusion. I'll then move on to the second area, which was advancing sustainable development and green economic opportunities, and some of the recommendations there were around developing local government initiatives to invest in SMMEs, organization and registration of waste pickers specifically, develop proper infrastructure, for example, stormwater drainage systems, and also create education and awareness, and then form partnerships, and that provincial government should contribute to creating awareness programs, if I should put it in that way, specifically around the green economy, and specifically some of the sectors that have been alluded to here, such as your biodiversity and oceans economy. Then intervention 3, building future skills and workforce development. Here there were also a number of recommendations, such as the review of the program qualification mix. It also addressed issues around digital transformation, strengthening transitioning modalities to employment, as well as expanding access and inclusion. Issues of strengthening training, quality, and systems were also prevalent. Issues of reforms, including funding modalities and policy frameworks, were also raised. And then demand-driven skills, looking at developing interventions in that regard. With regards to intervention 4, that spoke to job retention and workplace sustainability, some of the recommendations were around advancing equity and social inclusion. strengthening collaboration and accountability, creating and sustaining decent jobs, including interventions thereof, promoting enterprise development and localization, advancing equity and social inclusion, as well as building resilience and a future-ready KwaZulu-Natal. Chairperson, allow me to submit this high-level indication of the resolutions that emanated from the Jobs and Skills Summit. However, as indicated in my preamble, what will transpire going forward is that we are going to be having what we call consultative webinars with the various social partners as well as the various sectors, so that we begin to unpack some of these interventions and also assign appropriate time frames, so that as we move forward and progress these, we are able to appropriately monitor and evaluate them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that high-level presentation of the resolutions and the implementation strategy of the resolutions that emanated from the Jobs and Skills Summit. Perhaps to gain the full value of what is presented here, so that it is not lost to us, could it be taken back to the co-conveners meeting so that they can deal with it and dissect it appropriately for further attention, especially towards developing the methodology of implementing them, so that they are not lost to us, because it's a lot of work that has been long coming. Now that we have gone over it, we can't just treat the Jobs and Skills Summit as a talk shop. It's a critical area of our economy. We spend a lot of money and time, but we need to deal with it, because the crisis that we face in this country and in this province in particular is around this issue. We need to take it further so that we can capitalize on it. But for now, if you allow me, we thank the presenter for highlighting what was resolved, with the proviso that we will further engage upon this so that we can make full advantage of what came up out of the Job Summit. I don't see any contrary view to that one. Thank you, Acting DDG. That brings us to the end of our council meeting. What remains is item 12 for notices, and before we close, please note the International Special Economic Zone Conference scheduled to take place on the 16th and 17th of July. I'm sure the venue will be announced in due course. It will take place in our province. And then the 6th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government in August. I think of our head that it would be at the ICC. Those who want to benefit out of these activities, please make sure that you are in a position to take advantage of these important meetings. Is there?
46.
4 to 6.
46th.
Oh, it's not the 6th, it's the 46th. It's not the 6th, it's the 46th. Mr. Zondo is correcting me there that it is the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government in August. It's all happening in our province. We must be grateful of that. It could have gone elsewhere. It keeps our economy and going, and it focuses on what we can do as this province of KwaZulu-Natal. For lunch, it will be served for the conveners and the co-conveners at the holding room, the small conference room, and then the HOD CEOs and council members and delegates in the Umkanyagude boardroom behind us here, and then our VIP protection and other support staff, including SAPS, in the dining hall. The next full council meeting, must be noted, takes place on the 28th of August 2026. With those announcements, allow me to bring the meeting to an end, and may I thank you, esteemed members of the council, for availing yourselves on a Friday. Some of you have been involved in other activities. I know Friday is a very bad day, but we do not take for granted your attendance and your participation here. We are all doing it for the sake of our province and for the sake of our children and the posterity of our country. Thank you very much. The meeting is closed. Travel safely, those who will be traveling far. Thank you very much. I need to read this properly.